All right, here we go. We are live. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Chris. This is We Love Comics, and happy St. Patrick's Day, by the way, to all of my fellow Irishmen and Irish women out there, or even the people that just want to celebrate the green and have a few drinks later on tonight, but hopefully you will do that safely. And we have our comic sale that I'm going to be doing right now. The first thing I'm going to do is show the books that I'm going to be selling, and if I can get at least 100 people to be watching this live show, I have 90% of the books that I showed are in the auction, and each one of them is a key book. So I guess it depends on if we get some viewers out there. So we'll see what happens, but if by the end of the showing of the comic sale we don't get enough of them, well, I can always just keep the books and hopefully try it another time. But we'll see what happens. I'll leave it up to you guys. 12 people have already liked it, so thank you for that. I always appreciate it. Now, I'm going to put this really quick. If you're interested in the books that I see, obviously it'll be the first person to do it. Now, what I want anybody to do is, if there are multiple people looking for a book, and I've had people actually ask for books. One of them, at the last minute, didn't decide to message me back. But I don't want anybody to pay for anything right away. I want you to email me first. The first person that emails me saying they want the book will get it. And if there's anybody else that wanted it, they'll be on the wait list. So in other words, if a person says they wanted it and didn't pay for it, you could be next in line. But if you use the Cash App to pay for it, I will throw in a free comic for the purchase. Same thing with if you use friends and family with the PayPal. So, of course, you can also do a money order if you want to mail something, or, we'll have a conversation and we'll take care of that. If you live near like the Tampa Clearwater, Pinellas Park, that kind of area, I think it's Dundon or something like that, and you want to come locally to pick it up, if you pay cash, I'll give you a 10% discount off of the price. And shipping is going to be, for domestic shipping for one comic, it's going to be $8.99. I do package extremely well. If you've seen videos from other YouTubers that have bought from me before, you'll see that I package my comics very securely. There will be no manila envelope. It will definitely be something that will be very hard to damage unless somebody tried to do it purposely. If it's a graded book you buy, it's $15.99 for a graded book to ship. I will combine shipping if you buy multiple orders. So again, don't pay for anything right away. Just contact me at peacefulfeelings@yahoo.com and wait until the end, because if you buy multiples, you'll get the discount with the shipping. International shipping I will do, but it will depend on the weight of what you're buying, the size of what you're buying, and the location of where you're buying from. So keep that in mind, especially if you're buying graded books. It can get a little expensive, but if you're willing to do that, if you think something I'm selling is a good deal, well, you decide from there. So, all right, so we got 22 people right now. Let's put on the video camera, and we'll start with the comics I have for sale. And if it builds up within the next half hour or so, then I have all of these. And I added some more that I did not show that would be available for the auctions if people come in. But let's go with the comics first. There we go. All right, so let's start with the first one. If you saw the video, you're going to know the comics, but I want to go into a little bit more detail with them. All right, so the first one, we've got Life with Archie. This is Life with Archie issue number 1. This is from 1958, so this is a Golden Age book. Now, there is some damage on this book. It is a lower grade. You could see somebody stored it improperly, and it looks like a couple of insects or something got to it. Who knows if they had it bagged and board all that time. There is somebody's name that they wrote. It could benefit from a pressing, but as you can see, not major amounts, especially for a book this old, but there is a lot of color breaks, but it doesn't destroy the cover, because as you can see, the cover presents well. I'm looking for this one to be sold. It's probably about between a 1.8 and a 2.0, so I'm going to try and stay conservative with the grades. but I'm only going to sell this for $79 plus the shipping. So definitely not a bad way to start out for somebody who wants a #1 issue. Obviously, get the first appearance of Archie, you're talking in the tens of thousands of dollars, so you go with what you can. But for $79 plus shipping, a Golden Age book from 1958, and again, this is Life of Archie issue #1. That could be yours. And if you want to contact me, I'll show this periodically. This first, before you send, I don't want anybody sending any payments. I want you to message me first, because there might be multiple people that might be interested in a book. So the first person to send an email saying they want a book, they will get it. So that is the first book. Okay. Next up, I had a couple of inquiries about this book, but so far no one's bought, so it is still available. We got Batman number 251, which is basically credited as the first modern version of Joker. This book, I would say, is between about a 3.5 to 4.0. There is some tape on the cover. There's a little piece of tape here. I don't know why they taped it, because there's no rips. There's a piece of tape here that goes around to the back. And I think that's it. Up one more piece right there. But that's not going to do anything. It's not going to be restored or anything with tape on it. There is... You might not be able to see it. But from here down, there is a breaking color crease. And otherwise, I'll try and show the spine a little bit better. Let me move the light. There are a few little ticks here and there. But like I said, for a 3.5 to a 4.0, that's to be expected. The staples are intact. And price I'm looking for this book is $169 plus the shipping. So if you're interested in that, you know how to contact me, but just in case if you do not, just contact me right here. Again, peacefulfeelings@yahoo.com. Give people a second. Sean Elsa, sorry he's late. That's okay, better late than never. We have 25 viewers right now, so we're a quarter of the way to possibly doing all those auctions. We'll see what happens. But we got a key book right here. Obviously, if you've been watching the show, this is definitely a book that many people are going to want. His story is definitely not going to be done, in my opinion. But we'll see. But this, of course, is Avengers number 57. This is the first appearance of Vision. Iconic cover. Absolutely love it. I bought one of these when I was a kid just because of the cover. Didn't know who he was, but I just liked the way the cover looked. This is in pretty high grade. It's not a 9 or anything like that, but it's about a 6.5 to a 7.0. Let me see. The major damage is there's a little corner bend right there. Hey, who that? Good to see you. Nice of you to stop by. There is a little date stamp, but of course, it's barely readable, but that doesn't affect the grade at all. And there's 1, 2, maybe 4 little tiny color breaks that don't even go past a 1/4 of an inch. One of them is by the staple. It's going to be hard to see. But for a cover that is mostly black, this book looks really nice. You can see the edges on the top are nice and sharp. Corner looks good. As you can see, the edges are all sharp. So this is definitely a good book to have in your collection. I'm looking for, and I'm actually, if you look on eBay, and I highly recommend this, while you're seeing these books, go on eBay and see what these are selling for and what they've sold for. So in this grade, I'm actually selling it lower than what you can get on eBay. I'm looking for $449 for this book, plus the shipping. So if you want a higher grade copy of this book, this is your chance, because if you go into the 9s, you're talking thousands of dollars at this point. But definitely a key book. Speaking of which, I showed 2 of these in the video. One's in the auction, so there could be an even cheaper price you can get it for. But this one is definitely going with the TV show. And of course, we all know she's not done. So this isn't going to be a book that's going to be dropping anytime soon. But this is X-Men number 4. It does, as you can see, it has a lot of different specks of color loss. I don't know what they did to have it happen like that. But this is a lower grade book. But what I always say is low grade is better than no grade. Even low grades at this point, you're talking hundreds and hundreds of dollars for. Even in a 0.5. But it's intact. I'm saying it's about a 1.5 to a 2.0. This, of course, is the first appearance of the Scarlet Witch, Quicksilver, and the Brotherhood of Evil Mutants. And this is also the second appearance of Magneto. So if you can't afford X-Men number 1, which is the first appearance, this is definitely a book to acquire. So like I said, if you're looking for higher grade, you're talking in the thousands at this point. Go look on eBay so you can see how much these are going for. This, like I said, about a 1.5 to 2.0. Staples are intact. Everything is complete. Off-white pages. I'm looking for $5.95 for this book plus shipping. So definitely a very key book to get. And as I always say, low grade is better than no grade, because if you can't afford a high grade, then you don't own it. There's another book a couple of people asked about, but they did not return the emails. So it is up for sale right now to you guys and gals who might be interested. This is definitely a key book, and this character is not done yet, even though he, quote-unquote, spoiler alert, supposedly died in the last Spider-Man movie. I doubt that was the case, because he is the Master of Illusion. But this is Amazing Spider-Man, volume number 1, believe it or not. Number 13, first appearance of Mysterio. Now this book, and I'll show you the image. On one of the pages, there is a cutout. It's not a coupon or anything, so I don't know what they did, but it does not affect the story at all. But I wanted to show this really quick so you can see it. It's at the top of the page. See right there, there is a little bit of a cutout. It's about the size of about a $50. But it does not affect the story, so that's good, because if it affected the story, then you get a qualified. But other than that, the staples are intact. I'm saying it's about a 3.5 to a 4.0. There is, of course, to be expected, there is color breaks along the black part, along the spine. But of course, in that grade, you are going to be allowed to have plenty of those. There is, at the very tip of the corner of this book, right there, you can see there's a little tiny color breaking crease. It does, like I said, breaks color. There's a little bit of a dent rounding of the cover on the corner. Of course, like I said, that's to be expected with these grades. But me personally, when I buy a book, and obviously I did because I'm holding it in my hand right now, if I'm going to have any kind of damage on the book, for the most part, of course, depending on price and the book that it is, if I have most of the damage on the spine, that's fine for me. I like having the cover intact and looking good. So as you can see here, the cover looks pretty darn good. The insides are off-white to white pages. Staples at the centerfold are intact. You can see the edges are nice and sharp. And it presents really well. So the good thing is, if you get a book like this graded, since most of the damage is on the spine, you're really not going to see that. So, again, looks really good for that price. $595 plus the domestic shipping. Like I said, if it ends up you're international, it's going to cost a little bit more, but just let me know if you live overseas or you live in Canada or Mexico. The prices are a little bit higher, but I'll do the best that I can and make sure you're happy regardless. All right, so we're only at 36 people. I appreciate those that are here. But it's not looking good for all these auction comics, which is a shame. But we'll see. I can always try it again some other time. We got 2 more books, and then that will be it. So thank you to the 31 people that hit the like button. You know what? I might do a couple of the auctions anyway, because 31 people out of 39, or 32 out of 39 hit the like button. You know what? Quantity over quality. I mean, quality over quantity. If I can't get, out of 10,000 subscribers, if I can't get 1%, you know what? Screw the rest of them. I'm here for you guys, and even the ones that just came in for a second, like Who Dat, that showed some support. You guys are here. I'm going to do the auction for you guys, and we'll see what happens. If I take a loss on a comic or two, you know what? I don't mind. But let's go with the last sale. So thank you for those that are here. You know, for some reason, I don't get a lot of views on my channel anymore, and that's okay. I'd rather have 40 people that are interested than 10,000 that are just here for whatever reason. But this is a major key book. This, of course, is Golden Age. I don't have the year on this one. I didn't write it down, but that's easily looked up. But this is World's Finest, issue number 2. As you can see, it even says it on the cover, formerly World's Best. So issue number 1 was called World's Best, and then it was changed to what we know now, which is World's Finest. So this is the first issue of World's Finest Comics. If you look on eBay right now, there is a 0.5 incomplete of this book selling for almost $600. So this is not a cheap book, but this is definitely one of those that you're not going to see very often, and is a book you may want to add to your collection for bragging rights. This is intact. You could see it's got tape along the edge. Again, I don't know why they put the tape. It's on both edges, because, I mean, there are no tears or anything. So I guess, you know, this has been around for decades, so maybe at one point a kid thought it would protect it. You know what I think? Because there is a little bit of a split down at the bottom, so maybe they thought, you know, tape it so it wouldn't continue to go up, which I guess in hindsight is actually pretty smart. But this book is complete. Tape really doesn't matter at all, especially when you're talking Golden Age books. I mean, unless they tape the living you-know-what out of it and there's rips all over the place. So basically, whoever did this taped it for prevention purposes. So I guess, like I said, in hindsight, that's probably a smart thing that they did. And Sean, thank you very much, says he appreciates me. And I appreciate you guys. Like I said, quantity, that's nice, but I'll take quality over quantity. So if I can't get 100 people to view an auction when I try and help out all the time out of my 10,000 subscribers, you know, what are you going to do? Today is, of course, St. Patrick's Day, so there might be plenty of people out, or there might be other people with better channels that they're interested in. So I'll focus on you guys. So this book is complete. This is almost like a cardboard kind of cover. It's not paper. It's hard to say what it is, but it's very solid. And as you can see, I mean, there's some color breaks, but that's absolutely going to qualify for a book between, like I said, about 2.5 and a 3.0. It might even hit a 3.5 because they give a little bit more leeway when it comes to books this old. But I'd rather stay lower, so this way, just in case. But like I said, go look on eBay right now. Type in World's Finest Comic number 2, and you'll see a 0.5 incomplete selling for almost $600. I'm going to be selling this for $1,250. So you'd have a complete book. This is the first appearance of World's Finest Comics, and definitely a book that not many people have. I will also domestically offer free shipping for this, so there will be no additional cost for shipping. So if you're interested in that book, contact me right here at peacefulfeelings@yahoo.com. Like I said, I don't want anybody to send any payments first, because just in case if multiple people want a book, the first person that messages me and says they want it will have the first opportunity to pay for it. I can do payment plans, so if you don't have enough to pay for it in full, I can hold the book until you can pay it off. Now, obviously, I don't want somebody to buy a $1,000 book and give me $5 a month. It'd have to be something, you know, semi-reasonable, but I will be more than happy to do payment plans on some of the larger books to make it easier for you. So basically what I'll do is, think of it like a layaway, but I won't charge anything extra for it. I'll just hold on to it, and once you make the payment, The book will be sent to you, and again, I will protect it. It will be sent well, and if you get that book, it will be free shipping domestically. All right, so the last one before we do the auction, and we got 50 people, so you know we're halfway there. So like I said, I'm going to do the auction even regardless if I don't get the 100 people. So you know, if somebody else comes in and they buy a book and it makes them happy, then you know what, that's a great thing. Now this is basically, I don't know if I call it a grail, but it's definitely a book not many people have. This is a coverless book with a facsimile cover. But just to put in perspective, this book in a 0.5 sells for over $3,000. This, I've shown, is Superman #2. So this book is coverless, but the inside is complete. Now, if you see people selling individual pages of books, some people will pay up to a couple of $100 just for a single page of an early book. Now, I'm not saying to do that with this book. I mean, if you have a complete book, you'd be crazy to end up, you know, getting this book and ripping it apart. But basically, all you have to do is look for somebody that's selling just the cover, because there are people on eBay who will sell just the cover of an iconic book, and you'll have yourself a complete book. So, like I said, a 0.5 of this book is over $3,000. I'm going to sell this book for $1,995. So a third of what a 0.5 would end up costing. And that's the Go Collect price. You know, eBay these days, you know, a lot of books are selling for triple what Go Collect is doing at this point. Now, I'm not saying this book is one of those, but if you go on eBay, you could see that people, I guess with all the stimulus money, they're not paying what the fair market value is. Because remember, fair market value, according to GoCollect.com, which is based on graded books, by the way, is based on the previous sales. So that's just an estimate of what people were paying. But when you have a movie, TV show, and things happening, you know, fair market value, supply and demand is going to go up. All right. So once again, I'm going to put right here, if you are interested in any of those books, all you have to do is email me first. The first person to let me know they want the book, it will be yours if the price is right. And of course, like I said, and that one will also be free shipping. So if you do buy that book, you will not have to pay anything additional. So it would be $1,995 for the second issue of Superman. So definitely a book worth getting, in my opinion. That's pretty much why I got it. But I want to move on to other things. All right, so those are the books that are for sale. And like I said, since we got 52 people and 38 of you liked this, I'm going to do the auctions for you guys. Now, what I want people to do with the auctions is I'm going to start it out with a specific price. You make the bid. Anything under $100, you do $2 increments. So I don't want like $15 and then somebody puts $15.01, because then we'll be here until next Wednesday. So it'll be $2 increments. After $100, it's $5 increments. After $1,000, it's $10 increments. Because there are some books that are going to be over $1,000, because there are some key books. All right, so let's start. We go with the lowest, and then we go from there. All right, so the first one is a set of 3 books. This is Aliens vs. Predator. Oh, and by the way, if you do make a bid and then you decide somebody else has bid higher than what you wanted to pay for it, please just say fold, so this way we know that it doesn't continue. And also keep in mind, if 2 people bid at the same time, your bid might end up showing first on your end, so it might be different on my end. So the first bid, if it's tied, will be the one that's in the lead, so the second person would have to bid a little bit higher. So this is issues 0. Is this 0? No, that's issue 2. That's issue 0, and that's issue 1. So you know that Aliens and Predator are now owned by Disney. They're starting a new Alien series. These are all in near mint except for issue number 1. It does have one little color breaking little scuff right there on the edge. But other than that, where is it? It's right there. It's about the width of my finger. Right there. But the others, as you can see, corners are intact. I absolutely love this cover. I have several copies of this, so I don't mind. I do not have a 194 Amazing Spider-Man here, but I do have some key books, so hopefully you'll stick around. So there's 3 comics in this set. Again, $9 to ship. We're going to start the bidding at only $15. So if anybody's interested in these 3 books, we'll give it like a minute or two, and if nobody bids, we will move on. So we're starting out with some, you know, easier priced books. So $15 will start the bidding. So if you're interested, put in the comments section, starting with the 15. And if in about a minute nobody bids, then we'll move on to the next item. So like I said, 2 of the 3 are in near mint minus. The other one is going to be very fine to near mint minus because of that fact. So $15 will start, and then like I said, $9 shipping for these books, and I will of course do combined shipping. So that's the first one, and so far no bids, but we'll see what happens. We'll give it another 30 seconds, and if nobody bids, we'll move on to the next one. Which I can understand, there's a lot of key issue books later on. I figured I'd put some of the cheaper ones just in case if somebody wanted just something small. Alright, so going once, going twice, no sale. That's alright, I can understand with that book. So we're going to go to the next one. And of course, if somebody's watching this later on and it's not live, if you want to make an offer for something, or if you saw in the beginning some of those books for sale, contact me anyway by hitting me up at peacefulfeelings@yahoo.com. Because you never know, somebody could have bought it and ended up not paying for it, or it might still be available. So even if you're not watching this live, which obviously you all are right now, but contact me and we'll see what happens. Where'd that extra D come from? I have no idea what that means. Okay, so next up, we got a variant. This is Harley Quinn, issue number 1. This is the Adam Hughes 1 in 25 variant. Now, just for full disclosure, because the seller I bought it from did not disclose it, it is the Mexican variant, but this still has value. But of course, not as much as the regular variant. The regular variant goes for $500 or so in a 9.8. So this is the Mexican variant. It is in near mint condition. There is one non-color breaking, like an indent here that a pressing would fix, and there is one tiny little color breaking crease that's not even 1/4 of an inch. So that would probably make this around a 9.4. You could get a 9.6 with the pressing, but still high grade. I'm going to start this, you know, like I said, I'm going to do a low starting bid for this one just because I'm going to start it with $35 for this book. If you look, even the Mexican variant will definitely sell for more than double, if not triple that. So if you're interested in Harley Quinn and you can't afford the regular variant, I believe this is a 1 in 25. But if you're interested in this, the bidding will start at $35. So again, we'll give it about a minute, and I'll try and do some close-ups so you can see the edges. So you can see the edges are nice and sharp. And then, as you can see, so this is in pretty good condition. And some of these other variants, they do have value to them. So $35 to start. And thank you to the 44 people that have hit the like button. I appreciate that. And the comics will get better as we go. So I just wanted to start with some smaller ones for people that may not have a lot of money to spend. All right, so going once, going twice, No sale? Alright, so we're over 2. Let's get to the next one. This is definitely a key book if you've been watching the story that has been unfolding with the with WandaVision. Obviously, I'm not giving any spoilers or anything, but at this point you should know this right here is the first full appearance of Sword. This is Astonishing X-Men issue number 6. This has 9/8 potential, but I cannot guarantee that, of course. But this is definitely a book worth getting. The corners are nice and sharp. So I'm always going to say between 9.4 and 9.8 for raw books, because you never know. But this is a 9.8 candidate. I don't see anything wrong with it. The corners are tight. So this one I'm going to start at $70. So 9.8 potential on this book. First appearance of Sword. You've definitely not seen the last of them. And you know if they use them in a movie, it's just going to increase even more. So a lot of the books that I'm going to be selling are books that are current and will still have increased value. I'm not selling something like Thor 390. And I'm definitely not selling the West Coast Avengers. I forget what number it is, but the White Vision. That book is going to be dropping soon. So, be careful buying that book, especially for too much. I see Thor 390 all written all over that. So this starts out at $70 plus the shipping domestically. So if anybody wants to bid, otherwise we're just showing off comics today. Alright, so we'll give it another 10 seconds, and if nobody bids, we'll move on. Harvey said it's so true. You got to bid if you want a book, but that tells me they are not seeing anything they like. And that's okay. So we got going once, going twice. Alright, no sale. The good thing is, books like that, they'll increase in price. So we'll see what happens. Alright, Star Wars fans. Sometimes people might be waiting for the bigger books at the end, because if you saw the video that I did, you're knowing what's going to be coming. For the Star Wars fans, this is Star Wars number 1. This is the Alex Ross variant. This, again, has 9.8 potential, but I will not call it a 9.8. I will say between 9.4 and 9.8, just in case. But this book is completely clean. This is definitely a popular book. A lot of different variants that came out for the Star Wars when it first came out. But this is one of the variants, with Alex Ross, you cannot go wrong. So I'm going to start the bidding with this one for only $45. This is about a $75 to $95 book. Alright, so we got our first bid. Rufus starting out at $50. So there we go. What we'll do is, since we have a bidder, we will go give it about 2 minutes and we'll see if anybody wants to compete. And I'll try and do some closer shots. As you can see, that corner is perfect. The edges are completely straight. And especially when you're talking a book with a lot of black in the background, you could see there is not one spine tick at all. So I would be not surprised at all if this book... Oh, you're doing 50 for the Astonishing X-Men? Contact me later, and contact me on the on my on Peaceful Feelings. Let me show it really quick. Yeah, if you're gonna make a bid on something that's an offer, do that by contacting me at my email address, because if you just write a number, I'll assume you're bidding on the book I'm showing. So contact me and we'll talk about that offline. So no problem with that. That's the address. Okay, so we have no bidders on this one. Alright, so going once, going twice. I got teased, but that's okay. No sale. Alright. Next up, this one I was telling people to get a couple years ago. This is Star Wars number 1, the 6th print. But as you can see, it has a first print cover. Now I'm going to take this out to show you. Yeah, Harvey, I got it. But if somebody's going to do that, just message me, because if you just do a number, then I'm not going to know. So if you look right here, it has a double cover. So it was supposed to be this as the 6th print. But they put the first print by mistake. So this has a double cover with 2 different covers on it. Again, this has 9/8 potential, but I will always say 9/4 to 9/8 just in case. A lot of people ripped out the 6th print part just so they can sell it as a first print, because the first print was selling for pretty expensive for a while. That actually lowered the value of the book, because since a lot of people did that, there's a lot less of these out there. So this is a 6th print with a first print cover and a 6th print cover, so it is a double cover. Definitely a book you're not going to see very often. I'm starting the bidding on this one at $49. So again, I'll try and show the edges. Again, this has 9/8 potential written on it. Very sharp. No, Kendall, this is not the 1970s version. This is the one they did, I think, in 2016. Because this is, I think that's, no, that's not J. Scott Campbell, no. But yeah, no, this isn't the original. If it was, it would definitely be worth a lot more than $49. But this book is definitely going to be one that many people do not have. All right. All right, we're going to go with a going once, going twice, and no sale. I guess this is why I don't do auctions very often. All right, so let's get to the next one. We've got King in Black, issue number 1. This is the 1 in 100 hidden variant. Again, this is 9/8 potential. Love the artwork on this one. It's got almost a Simon Bisley or Bisley kind of artwork to it. But this was the 1 in 100 hidden variant. Again, 9/8 potential on this one. I'm going to start the bidding on this one at $65. So I'm going to show the edges, you can see, are completely sharp. Corners, nice and sharp. The edges, as you can see. So this is definitely 9/8 potential. All right. All right, so we're going to start it now. Going once, going twice. No sale. I got a lot of boxing I'm going to have to do. All right, but if I sell one book, I'll still be happy. So I'm not worried. The beautiful thing about comics is a lot of these will be worth more as I hold on to them. All right, so this is a 4-part set. This is the X-Men number 1s. These are all in near mint, like near mint minus to near mint plus. There is 4 books, and of course, that is one of the more desirable ones. That was the special one. But this is another one. This one has a non-color breaking crease on the back that a pressing will fix. Walt says, tough crowd tonight. It is what it is. If people don't buy, that's okay. So, this is a 4-issue set. X-Men are coming to the MCU. These are already starting to rise in price. So, of course, it'll be $9 shipping. Even though there's 4 books, it will be $9 for all. So, as you can see, and again, these 2 are the most desirable. So, we're going to start the bidding with these at $40. So, if you're interested in these, 4 books. And again, I'll try and show. I've had these since I was a kid. And you can see. Alright, so Kendall, are you bidding $65 for these? Because just so you know, the bidding started at $40. But just to clarify, just to make sure, is that $65 for the X-Men? Okay, I just wanted to make sure. So he's starting out at $65. So this book right here is one of the very desirable ones. Like I said, this one on the back has a little bit, because it, I guess a little bent a little bit. It's got a non-color breaking crease, but it'll easily press out. And again, this is another... Oh, 65 on the King in Black. What did I have that for? Hold on. Oh, okay. All right. So we'll go back to that really quick. What I'm going to do is, since people are... I guess there's a delay. If you place a bid, just say what it's for. All right, so we're going to go back to the King in Black really quick, and then we'll go back to the X-Men. So since there seems to be a little bit of a delay, when you place your bid, the first bid, just say what it's for. So I guess there is a lag. So what we'll do is, to fix that, since there seems to be a lag, start your bidding with the price and then what comic you're bidding on. So we're going to go back to this one really quick. So if anybody wants to bid on that, I'll give it 1 more minute. So yeah, thank you for letting me know there's a lag. So what we'll do from now on, if you want to bid for something, put your price and then put the amount, which book you're bidding on, so this way we know. Yes, thank you for that, Kendall. I appreciate that. And thank you for letting me know there was a lag. Gotta love the internet sometimes. I think there might be like a 30-second delay or something. I didn't do that. Alright, so we're going to do last call on this one. Otherwise, it will go to Kendall. And 65 is definitely a good price for this book. Like I said, potentially a 9.8. Alright. So going once. Going twice. There we go. Alright, so we have our first winner. Kendall, you will get the King in Black. I'm just going to write this down. So while I'm doing that, let me just write down... I'm going to write down your name. So, Kendall Kid, just message me when you can, and after the video I'll contact you. So, King in Black, 65, and then plus the $9 shipping. So congratulations to that. And I'll slow it down a little bit. I'm going to put this to the side. So, because there is a delay. So thank you for letting me know about that. And thank you, Kendall. And yes, there will definitely be some Silver and Bronze Age coming. I just wanted to start with some cheaper books, just in case people didn't have a lot of money. So let's go back to this. Let's put on the video camera. So these 4 books, again, are going to be 9 4s and higher. Pressing could help that one book, like I said, because it has color breaking crease on the back. So if you're interested in this, the bidding is starting at $40. So if you place a bid at $40, just put that you are bidding on the X-Men books, because there is about a 30-second delay. That's YouTube for you. Jacob says, ready to buy some books, been stimulated. I'm just going to leave that one alone. So, yes, so this is definitely a collection to have. Little 90s goodness here. And some people will say, stay away from these because of the large print run. This is what I tell people. If you have 5 million prints of a book and 6 million people want that book, then you have a deficit. So don't be fooled by print runs. It goes by supply and demand. If the demand is higher than the supply, the prices will go up. That's why these are not dollar comics anymore. So keep that in mind when you're buying books. Because, I mean, look at, for example, even if you look at Amazing Fantasy 15, that is not a rare book. There's a lot of them out there, but you're not going to pay a cheap price. Amazing Spider-Man 300, there are a lot of them out there, but you're not buying it in the dollar bin. Same thing with New Mutants 98. It will depend on grade, though. Like, if you had this in a 5.0, these books aren't going to sell. No one's going to want them. But when you have high-grade books like these that are in the 9s and up, you're definitely going to do better. All right, so since I gave it some extra time, we're going to go once, go twice. All right, so no sale on these. I'll hold on to those until the X-Men movies come out. Let's get to the next one. All right, so we got a couple of more moderns, and then we're getting into some of the better books that will be going, and there'll be some major key ones, so stick around. So thank you to the 52 people that have already hit the like button. All right, this is another 9/8 potential. This is Teen Titans 12. This is the variant. So this is the first Batman Who Laughs. So that character has definitely taken off, and potentially, and I'll say potentially, has long-term stay power. As soon as I saw that character, I had to buy these books. I bought 2 of the original and this one a couple years ago, so I didn't pay cover price, unfortunately. But I loved the character. Just the way they drew him, very gothic. And the people gravitated towards him, so we'll see how it is. Sean, if you lost sound, try and refresh. Hold on a second. Let me just put a note. Because no one else is saying they lost sound. So that just means sometimes you just have to refresh. There we go. All right, so let's get back into it. Okay, so this again is in 9.8 condition. If you hit refresh on, it should end up... Okay, there you go, good. So this is the first appearance of Batman Who Laughs. I'm going to start the bidding on this one at only $45. And this is the variant. So that's a really good starting price for this book that has 9.8 potential. Of course, I will not guarantee a 9.8, but it would not shock me. As you see with my newer books, when I get them graded, they come back either a 9.6 or a 9.8. So you could see the corner tips are perfect. So this is starting out at 45. So if you want to place a bid on this, just write 45 Teen Titans. So this way I know that's where we're starting. All right, so we got Rufus T at 45. So we got our first bidder. And like I said, this is the variant. So these are definitely very desirable books. There's no corner ding there. That's just the edge of the bag. So there is no corner ding there. I will double check. Yeah, no corner ding. It's just a reflection. There you go. It's probably better that way. So you can see everything is perfectly straight. So this is 45 starting bid plus the $9 shipping. So I'm going to give it some extra time because people told me there is a delay. But this is definitely a great book to add because if they continue to keep the popularity going with Batman Who Laughs, I mean, sometimes it could take decades for these things to really take off. I mean, just look at Amazing Spider-Man 300 and New Mutants 98. Those books now are incredibly sought after. But for a decade or two after they were printed, no one cared about them. All right, so we have Dark Helmet 09 at 50 for the Teen Titans 12. So some of these characters don't, just because, even if a character that's popular nowadays goes down a little bit, don't get discouraged, because sometimes these books can take a little while to really skyrocket. I mean, just look at, for example, Giant Size X-Men #1. I was buying 6.0s of that book for $200 just 3 years ago. Good luck getting a 0.5 for that price now. All right, so we got Rufus T. He's bidding currently at $52 for this book. So we're going to let this go a little bit longer because we have a couple of people bidding and there is a delay. So again, I'm trying to do close-up shots. There is not one spine tick on this book at all. This is the first appearance of Batman Who Laughs. That, of course, is a cameo, but it doesn't matter. And this is the variant. So this is definitely a very desirable book. So, Rufus, right now you're at the lead at 52. Dark Helmet, you can go to 54. Or if you say that's too much, you can just say fold. Or if anybody else wants to join in, you are more than welcome to. And like I said, if you are watching this later on and it's not live, contact me about any of these books, because even if something's bid on, somebody may not pay for it. So you can always contact me, and you never know, or some of the books you haven't seen. Kendall says there seems to be more like a 2-minute delay. All right, so I'll take my time with this. We're in no hurry. I don't have to be anywhere, and there's plenty more books coming. So Dark Helm right now has a bid of 55. So right now, 55 for Teen Titans #12. This is the variant. Alvin came in at 54, but the bid right now is 55. And again, there's delays, so I'll let people know. If my moderators can let people know that right now the high bid is 55. And we'll take our time with this because we got some bidders. And if there was something earlier that, because I didn't know about the delay, that you're interested in, we can always go back at the end for that one. All right, so we got 55 is the going price right now. So Rufus, if you want to go to 57. All right, Rufus goes to 60. So Rufus now is at 60 for the Teen Titans 12 again. And I'll show the edges. There is not one spine tick. What are the accepted payment methods? I'll show that really quick. I can take Cash App or PayPal. Somebody could send me a check if they want to, or a money order would probably, actually a money order. If you live nearby the Tampa area and you want to drive to see me, like Clearwater, Tampa, Pinellas Park area, not only can you pay cash and get it and save on the shipping, but I'll give you 10% off if you're coming to pay for it cash. If you pay by Cash App or by friends and family, I'll throw in an extra book for free. So right now, Dark Helmet is at 65. And J Salsa 23 says, people, make sure you're in live chat and not top chat. That's a good thing. Thank you for posting that, because that could explain the long delay. But like I said, I got nowhere to go, so we'll take time. All right, so we got a little bit of a bidding war here. We got Rufus T has now brought it up to $75. And again, I can't guarantee a 9.8 because I don't want to do that and it comes back a 9.6. But it would not shock me at all if this book came back a 9.8. This is the first appearance of Batman Who Laughs in a cameo. But remember, not all books have to be the first appearance to be valuable. Just look at Darkseid, for example, as one of those exceptions to the rule. This is another one with a cameo. I mean, they're both valuable, so you can't go wrong. But the cameo, especially with these characters, it's definitely going to be... I'm trying to think of some others that where the cameo is actually worth more than the first to full appearance. The only one that comes to mind is Darkseid. But I know there are others. All right, so we got 75 from Rufus for the Teen Titans 12 variant. So if anybody wants to join in, they can. Dark Helmet, if you want to go higher, place your bid. I'm giving extra time because of the delay. If anything goes outside of a bidder's price range, just hit fold. Louis the 13th says, would love to pay cash. Well, if you live nearby me and you want to meet up in person, and I'll even throw, like I said, if somebody's in the Florida area, I'll meet them halfway. You know, unless they live in, like, Orlando or Miami, where it's a 3-hour drive, because it's got to be on the West Coast. But I'll even throw in a free book. But like I said, you could pay Cash App, you could pay PayPal, you could send a money order. And like I said, for these books, I will accept partial payments if some of the more expensive books, if you don't have the money right away and you want to do some payment plan. And of course, no interest or anything like that. So we're just waiting on Rufus either to place another bid. I'm sorry, not Rufus. Waiting on Dark Helmet to place another bid or to fold. And I want to give him the opportunity because there is a delay. So if Dark Helmet, if you don't want to continue, if you could be so kind as to hit fold. And we'll wait another minute or two. And then, like I said, stick around because these books are going to get better and better as we go. We're saving the best for last. So if Harvey, if you could tell Dark Helmet if he's no longer interested, if he can hit fold, because I want to make sure he gets a fair opportunity because of the delay. So right now the bidding is at $75. This, of course, like I said, is a potential 9.8. Anything that's not graded, I will never guarantee a 9.8 because you never know. Shipping to Canada would probably be about 15. If it's more than that, I'll pay the difference. So to Canada, I'll only charge like 15. So I won't go crazy on a single book. Because there's no airplane needed to get into Canada. Well, these days you never know. Alright, so we've given them plenty of opportunity. So last chance, if you want to bid. Right now the bidding is at $75. Alright, so Dark Helmet did place a bid. Dark Helmet now went to $80, so the bidding is now at $80. And again, just to make sure, I don't know if you'll be able to see it, but this is the variant. I don't know if it's going to come in unfolded on focus, but as you could see, and I have a video that teaches about that. All right, so Rufus did fold, so we'll give 30 seconds for anybody else that wants to join in. Otherwise, Dark Helmet will be the winner. Right now, the current bid is at $80 plus the shipping. And if anybody has any issues, all you have to do is just hit refresh. And it should fix any audio problems. Alright, so we're about ready to move on to the next one. We'll give it another 10 seconds. Alright, so going once, going twice. There we go. Alright, so we have our winner, Dark Helmet. You are the winner of this book. Let me just first write it down, but there is how you can contact me. Don't send any payment until you contact me, because this way I just want to make sure that somebody else doesn't send any payments. Alright, so we got... And hopefully people know what the Dark Helmet reference is. I'll give you a hint. It's a Star Wars type of movie. Alright, so you got Teen Titans 12, $80 plus the shipping. Alright, so let's move on to the next one. So congratulations for that. And again, I'll take a little bit more time since there is that delay, and I want to make sure people have the opportunity to see and be able to bid on the books. So congratulations on that book. Alright, this book is a signed book. I do not have a certificate of authenticity, but I got this personally signed myself back in the days when this book came out. So I can guarantee that this signature is authentic. This is X-Force number 4. It is the 3rd appearance of Deadpool. I hate his signature, by the way, because it's basically just chicken scratch. But it was signed by Rob Liefeld. So we know Deadpool is coming into the MCU. I cannot wait to see how they introduce him. I'm very excited about that, especially since they said they are keeping him rated R. But I doubt he will be rated R in the Avengers movies and stuff like that. But I think his own movie will be rated R. I'm saying this book is about near mint minus. I'm starting the bidding at only $49. So this was, and yes, Banned, or 6ANNED, said Spaceballs. He did know the reference of Dark Helmet, so good job with that. So I'm only going to start the bidding on this book at $49. So this is signed by Rob Liefeld. There are no major issues at all. I do not even see one color breaking crease, but because I've had it for so long, I want to say it's near mint minus. I'm sure it's going to be higher than that because I do not see anything wrong with it. So I'm going to try and do some close-up shots so you can see. I'll do it in slow motion. So if you want to bid for this, the bidding starts, like I said, at $49. So you just write 49 or whatever number you want to start with, and just write X-Force. And you do not have to do the X-Force symbol. Vinny says, hey, what are some ways you could feel confident about buying books with signatures when shipping on eBay? Or I guess you mean when buying on eBay. Do your research. The easiest way I can say is look at a signature, then look on eBay for not verified, but witness signatures. Use like the CGC label, the yellow label, and compare them. Of course, there is no 100% guarantee, but if you do your research, let's put it this way. Every single signed book I've ever bought on eBay came back as authentic because I did the research and I compared the signatures. So if they look way off, stay away from it. But you also have to have knowledge, because if you know anything about, like with Todd McFarlane, his signature changed over the years from when he started to now. His signature was very tiny when he first started out. So you wouldn't even recognize it when he first started. But that is his signature. So you have to know what it is that you are doing in order to make sure you are protected. Alright, so again, this was signed. I went and got this signed myself. So this is signed by Rob Liefeld. Starting the bidding at $49. So I'm going to give it another 30 seconds because there is that delay. So if you're interested in this book, I mean, just to get the signature alone, Rob Liefeld charges for signatures. I don't know how much, because I wouldn't pay just to get a book signed. I'm old school when everybody signed them for free. But many of them charge these days. So you're getting a book. That's the 3rd appearance of Deadpool. This is easily in the 9s, because I keep very good care of my books, especially when I bought them raw. So $49 for a signed book. Give it another 10 seconds, and we'll move on to the next one. So there are going to be some major key books, so stick around. Don't be impatient. There's going to be some very valuable books as we go. I just wanted to make sure I had different price ranges for people. So there will be some Bronze Age and Silver Age keys. So make sure that Joe Biden is paying for your collection and investments by using your stimulus. That's what I did the last time. Alright, so going once, going twice. No sale on that one, so that's okay. Like I said, I got that when I was a kid, so I do not mind continuing to hold on to it. And we'll move on to the next one. Alright, this one, there is no damage on the book. It's just there was a sticker on the on the bag that somebody ripped off at some point, so I don't want you to think that is part of the comic. But this is Spider-Gwen #1, blank sketch. So there's a original sketch and signed by Rico Renzi. So there's the signature. This did not come with a certificate of authenticity, but like I said, I don't buy stuff unless I compare it first. I am 99% sure this is authentic. Of course, I can't guarantee it, and even companies that verify signatures cannot 100% guarantee it. So only a witness one, and even that's a little sketchy, because I've seen CGC witness books where no CGC representative was anywhere near the person that did them. And I know this personally because I saw it happen. So I can assure you 99% that this is legit. But I'm starting the bidding only at $95 plus the shipping. So you've seen sketches, I mean, especially ones that are full size. I mean, a lot of times somebody like Adam Hughes will just do a little thing the size of a quarter and a black and white sketch. So this is almost the complete size of the book, and it's colored. Spider-Gwen is pretty darn hot. This book, I would say, is about a 9.4. It will be a 9.6 if pressed, because there is a little bit of non-color breaking, a little dent at the bottom, but it's non-color breaking, so pressing will help that. But as you can see, with a white book, and see right there, that's not on the book. That is the sticker that was ripped off. So the starting bid for this book for a original sketch is $95 plus shipping. I will give time because there is a delay. And thank you to the 60 people that have hit the like button. So as you can see, the corners are nice and tight. The edges are perfect. And a lot of times when people sign these, they lean on them and everything, and things can smudge or there'll be a fingerprint. None of that here. And as you can see with the red label, this is a first print. Let me show a close-up of the corner. You can see the corner is nice and pointy. Edges are nice and sharp. And again, like I said, in the bottom here, you probably won't be able to see it, but there is a little bit of a dent. Somebody might have dropped it, or that might have happened during shipping, but it does not break color. And you can see there are no smudges along the edge, which is very rare for a white cover, because you'll see any little smudge, because especially if the book has a black back, the book in front of it usually can rub off on the book. You've seen that a lot with Edge of Spider-Verse 2 books. Alright, so I'm going to give it another 20 seconds and then we will move on. But again, this is starting out. And again, just to make sure, it's a sign and sketch by Rico Renzi. The bidding starts at $95. Alright, so going once, going twice. No sale, that's okay. I don't mind holding on to that one. Let me just show really quick, just in case if you're just coming in. Make sure you contact me before you make any payments. These are some of the ways I can accept payments. If you send it Cash App, I will send a free book. If you send it with PayPal via friends and family, I will also send a free book included. You can meet me in person if you live near the Tampa or West Coast area of Florida. If you pay cash, I'll give you 10% off of the price, and I'll throw in a free book. Alright, this is another desirable book. Now this one is not a 9.8. This right here, there is some color loss there. I don't know how that happened, but because of that, I'm going to sell this a lot cheaper. 9.8s of this book are like $200. But this is Kanan #1. There's a lot of first appearances in here. This is the 1 in 15 TV show variant. The rest of this book is gorgeous. It's just there is that color break increase along the edge there. So that's probably going to drop it down to a 9.2. So this is definitely not a 9.8. But you will definitely not pay the 9.8 price. I'm only going to start this bidding at $35 because of that. So this book in a 9.8, if you go to gocollect.com, it's over $200. Now, of course, that's for a graded book. But people are paying easily over $100 for this book raw and higher. So if you're interested in this book, just put the starting bid and just write Kanan, so I know, because of the delay, that we're bidding on the same book. So this is the 1 in 15 variant. So like I said, it's probably going to be a 9.0 to 9.2 because of that. Alright, so we got the first bid at $35. So we're definitely going to get, once there's a bid, I'm going to give it extra time because of the delay. But I'm going to try and do some close-ups. Oh, let me move my hand out of the way so you can see everything else. Okay, so Sean was first. Alright, we got Walt at 38. So we got a couple of people bidding on this book. Walt goes up to 46. And again, just to show, there is that color break. But for the price I'm starting it as, you're going to make money on this, especially since there are rumors of TV shows and movies coming in the future. So even lower grade books are still going to be very desirable because this is not a 5.0 or anything. So if you can't afford a 9.8, this is a good way to go. And again, this is the 1 in 15 variant. So Andrew has brought it up to 50. So we have a couple of people bidding right now, so I will take my time and consider the delay. So there's a lot of these books are really becoming very desirable with the Star Wars series, which is nice to see considering what was happening for a while with the new trilogy. Whether you like it or not, I'll leave that up to you because each person's taste is different and warranted. So whether you loved it or hated it, that's for you to decide. But I want to show the rest of the book, except for that one spot. The rest of the book's in really good condition. So we got Walt right now at 54. And there we go. Thank you for putting the Kanan after it, so this way we know we're bidding on the right thing. Just in case if you're coming in, people are telling me there's anywhere from a 30-second to 2-minute delay. So I want to make sure, because there was a little confusion in the beginning. I want to make sure when you're writing it down, we know that we're bidding on the same thing. So right now, Walt is in the lead at 54. I was lucky enough to get the 1 in 25 variants. Both of them came back 9/8. So if it wasn't for that, I guess it must have rubbed off of another book when it was on the shelf. This book would have been a 9.8, but shoulda, woulda, coulda does not matter. We care about and focus on what is. But as you can see, this book is sharp. So Sean right now just made a bid of 60. So again, there's 2 little lines that do break color, and that's the only damage of this book. Otherwise, it is definitely a very solid book. We have Walt now at 68. Della came in at 61, but Walt came over with a 68. So I'm going to try and do these as slow as I can so you can see the edges are perfect. Let me take a look at it myself. The spine has not even one tick at all. Not even a non-color breaking one. So if it wasn't for that color breaking crease, not color breaking crease, but that, I guess, that color rub off. Basically, a lot of times that happens when they put them on the shelves. They just grab them all, like 10 or 20 of them at the same time, and just throw them on the shelves. Sometimes that can rub off on a book, which is unfortunate. But the good thing is you're paying cheaper price for it. And with the TV shows and movies potentially on their way with the first appearances of these characters in this book, Sabine Wren is one of them. Of course, Kanan is another. These books are going to continue to be hot. So it's nice to see that these newer books are commanding such decent prices. So we're going to give it about another 30 seconds because we had a couple of people that placed bids. make sure they have the opportunity if they desire. If it's out of your price range and you've placed a bid, if you could be kind enough to say fold, because I want to make sure we give people the opportunity. And again, we're going to be getting to some key books as we go, so stick around. These are some of the lesser valuable, if you want to call them lesser valuable books. We're going to have books like Fantastic Four number 49. So there are going to be some key books. So thank you for sticking around, and thank you to those who are bidding. Andrew comes in at 69. Normally I tell people it's a $2 bid to go, but since he put 69, I will let it slide, and I'll let you guys giggle at that if you want to. All right, so Sean is folding on this one. So right now it will be between Andrew, Walt, and Della. If you want to go higher, I will give you an opportunity. But right now, Andrew came in at 69. Just keep in mind it's supposed to be $2 increments. But like I said, you know, when it comes to that number, how could you not allow that to happen? So we'll give it another 30 seconds. Yeah, Walt said you're supposed to be betting on increments of 2. So what I'm going to do, Walt, if you want to go to 70 this time, I'll allow it to give you the opportunity to be fair. But I just thought, only because he bid 69, it's like, how do you resist that? So, Walt, I will give you the chance to go up $1 this time, but after that, it will have to be $2 increments. That person was, that's the first time I saw him bid, so he may not have known about that. So, there you go. All right. So, at this point, it'll be $2 increments. So, Walt, I wanted to give you the respect and opportunity to do that. So, Walt did bet 70. So, the next bid would be 72 or higher. I've seen people on other auctions that will all of a sudden go jump way up to basically say, I want this book and no one else is getting it. All right, so Andrew has jumped it to 75. So again, I just want to make sure, because I like to be honest when I sell stuff. I don't like eBay sellers that do not give out disclosure. It does have that little bit of the color rubbing loss, but everything else of this book is pretty much perfect. And this is the 1 in 15 TV show variant. So we're going to give Walt a chance to either fold or go to 77 or higher. Again, you don't have to do the minimum. We have Sean that folded, and we haven't heard from Della, so I'm assuming that person folded. Walt says thank you, and yeah, it's kind of hard to resist 68 and 69. Yeah, that's the only reason why I accepted that. I thought it was pretty funny. Plus, I'm assuming that that person may not have known about the $2 increment. So, I mean, it's not a major big deal, but we're past that anyway. So, right now, Andrew is in the lead at 75. But, Walt, I will give you the opportunity to go to 77 or to fold. And then we will go to the next book after that. And we got plenty more books, and I even have some bonus books at the end that I did not show in the video. And they're pretty good books, so you definitely want to stick around, even if you're not interested in the books that you've seen so far. There will be plenty coming that you will see. So these are going to get better and better as we go. So make sure Joe Biden is supporting your habit by paying for your books by using your stimulus money. Because what better way to use it as to buy some investments of things that you love. All right, so we're going to give it another 20 seconds for Walt. Let me know if you want to go higher than 75. All right, so Walt is now going to 77. So thank you for the $2 increments. If anybody goes to 169, I'll allow it. Yes, I'm 50 years old, but I will never act it. And that's okay. You can't have fun in life. What's the sense of living it? Because then you're not living it, you're just surviving it. All right, so we're going to give Andrew a chance to increase it to 79 or higher or fold. Again, let me show that. Dead Dora says, please hit the like button. Thank you. I appreciate you writing that. And so far, 67 people have liked this. So thank you very much. I really appreciate that. The support definitely helps. And since I've gotten this many likes, if I have the opportunity, I will do this again. Because one of the things I love is helping people be happy. And if you buy a book for a price that you wanted, and you got a book you were looking to get, and you saved a little money, or if it just made you happy, that's great. I Like Donut says, I don't understand what 69 means. Well, I was going to say Google it, because I really don't want to get into that here, but he said he's just kidding. All right, so Andrew Jones has folded, so we're going to give it 10 more seconds. Otherwise, Walt will be the winner. So if anybody else wants to join in last second, the bidding currently is at 77. That's him on the cover too, right? Yes, that is him on the cover. So I don't know if that's his... I don't think that's his first cover appearance. But it is the variant, and you know variants are always going to be worth more. Of course, there are a few exceptions to the rules, but the variants will definitely be worth more than the regular cover on average. Okay, so going once, going twice. The auction has been closed, and we have our winner. Andrew Jensen, you are the winner at 75. So let me just write that down. And while I'm doing that, just contact me at peacefulfeelings@yahoo.com. And we will go over what would be the best method of payment for you. So we got Andrew with 2 W's. Very nice. Jensen. Kanan. Number 1. At $75 plus the $9 shipping. All right, so congratulations for this one. I will put this off to the side. All right, like I said, we got plenty of books to go. So the books are going to get better and better as we go, so stick around. This is definitely a very desirable book. This is another 9.8 potential. This, of course, is Amazing Spider-Man number 55. This is the first print. This is a very desirable book. No, Andrew, you won. You had 77, so you are the winner, Andrew. You might have heard it wrong. But no, Andrew, you did win. I was reading what somebody else wrote. So, Andrew, you are the winner of that book at 77. Yeah, he'll realize it. There is a delay, so he'll get it. If anybody wants to write in the comments section that Andrew did win at 77, if anybody would be so kind to post that. All right, so this, of course, like I said, is the first print. Hold on, let me type it. I'm going to type it. So I'm not sure why he thinks he lost, but there you go. Andrew, you won at 77. So there might be a delay, I'm not sure, but you did win at 77. All right, so we're going to start the bidding on this book at only $40. So this is the first print, because the second print is red, and the third print is in blue. This was a very desirable. I'll show close-up. So now if you want to bid on the Amazing Spider-Man, just put the bid. No spine ticks on the back cover. I will take it out. Just keep in mind. I want to do this carefully. Now, here's a major tip if you're going to take out a book. Once you do this, remove the tape. Because if you don't, that could be a huge chance of when you put it back in, or as you're taking it out, it could get stuck. And you don't want that. So, here is the back of the book. Not one spine tick. This is in perfect condition. So, of course, I will not guarantee a 9.8, but I would not be shocked if it came back a 9.8. So this is a big lesson to people. If you ever take the tape off the back of a book, remove it completely. So this way, when you're taking it out or sliding it back in, it does not end up catching. Because the last thing you want is to be trying to sell a book and saying it's possibly a 9/8, and then you get the tape stuck. So the back of this book is just as good as the front. So this is the first print. We're starting the bidding at $40. So if you want to bid on this book, just put 40 ASM. So I know you're bidding because there is a little bit of a delay. And I'll try and do a close-up with this. So you can see. There we go. All right, hold on a second. Is there confusion at the bidding? Let me look back. Let me scroll back. Give me a second. Hold on. Because I want to make sure if there was a bid that I did not see, I don't want anybody to be taken advantage of. All right, Andrew folded. Okay. There was a bid I did not see. So Walt Kelly bid 77. So let's go back to that really quick. All right, so there was one I did not see. So let's go back to this really quick because I want to give the opportunity. Andrew had $75 bid, and then Walt Kelly came back at 77. So I'm going to go back to this for a second because I don't want anybody to lose out. Because like I said, with the delays and everything, it kind of throws it off. So I want to make sure everything's fair. So Andrew did fold. So it's actually, my apologies, it's Walt Kelly who is the winner of this book at 77. So if you guys could put that in the notation, you know what, let me write it really quick. Okay, so we're going to go with okay, so sorry about that. The little bit of a delay is kind of messing things up a little bit. So Andrew did fold. So it ends up that Walt Kelly, you are the winner at 77 for that book. There we go. Sorry about that, Walt. There we go. And thank you in the chat because I did not see that. So Walt, this book is yours. So congratulations about that. Sorry about that. But see what I love? Mistakes can happen, and you guys were all just polite about it and just mentioned it, and we fixed the problem. So thank you to all the people that were in the chat that saw that. I apologize. But we got it right. So Walt Kelly, you are the winner at 77. Congratulations on that. So let's get back to this book right here. This, of course, is the first print of Amazing Spider-Man 55. I showed the back of the book. The back of the book is just as good as the front. The starting bid is only $40. So if you want to bid on this, just put 40 ASM. And I'll make sure that we get everything right, because we definitely do not want anybody. Shipping charges for a ungraded book is $9 domestically. $8.99 domestically, and let me see what I wrote. And $15.99 for a graded book. There will be some graded books coming. Walt says, I'm good, not tripping. Well, you know, tripping could be fun too, but we'll save that for another video. So I'm glad that got straightened out. So right now, because of the delay, I'm giving people plenty of time. This is Amazing Spider-Man number 55. This is the first print. This has 9/8 potential written all over it. The bidding starts at only $40 plus shipping. And again, for a cover that's all black, there is not one spine tick at all. All right, so we have our first bidder. Alvin is at $40 for the Amazing Spider-Man number 55. And I'll show the barcode. I don't know if the number will show up. But you pretty much know, if you collect these comics or seen them before, you know this is the first print just based on the color of the Spider-Man. Because, like I said, the second print is red. And the third print is blue. So this has 9/8 potential written all over it. But I will not guarantee that because you never know. But this one, again, I'm going to do as close as I can. And I'm going to give people plenty of time to make a bid. Because right now we have a bid at $40. I want to make sure people have the opportunity with the delay. And I did show the back of the book. The back of the book looks just as good as the front. So if you want to bid, it's a $2 increment. So $42 would be the next bid if somebody was interested in this first print. We'll give it at least another minute with the delay. And I'll move my hand so you can see. I mean, the fact that there is not one even non-color breaking bend is amazing on a book that is all black. Usually all black and all white covers will show everything. But as you can see, there is nothing but goodness on this book. So this is a pretty hot book. This is definitely a book to get graded. And everybody bought it just because of this cover. It's very simplistic if you think about it. But it's original, because I haven't seen covers like this before. And it definitely stands out. And it definitely caught people's attention. Alright, so we're giving it another 10 seconds. If no one else bids, then we will have Alvin as the winner at $40 for this first print, Amazing Spider-Man number 55. And thank you to the 75 people that have hit the like button. There's plenty more books to go. There will definitely be some pretty key books coming. So stick around. There's going to be some goodness on the way. Some Silver Age goodness. Some Grails. You'll be happy. And like I said, I got 4 mystery comics at the end that I'll be auctioning off too, that were not in the original video. Alright, so bidding will stop. Going once. Going twice. And we have our winner, Alvin Bryant. Gets it at $40 plus the shipping. So while I'm writing your name down, just contact me at this address so we can go over how you would like to pay for it. So that is, let's go with it, Alvin Bryant, Amazing Spider-Man number 55. So that is $40 plus domestic shipping. If any of you that buy live internationally, just let me know and we will go over the cost of the shipping. Canada would be like $15 to ship. Overseas will depend on the distance. All right, next up, very popular book. This book has, especially for the number 1, has gone higher than even I thought it would. So this has definitely got some good potential. This has 9/8 potential written all over it. This is Kendall. The auction ended for the Amazing Spider-Man 55, so thank you for joining in. But you bid after the listing was closed, so thank you for that. I definitely wanted to make sure I gave people time, but Alvin was the winner at 40. So that one, the auction was closed, and the bid came afterwards. So once the bidding is closed, even if there's other bidders, we do have to end it. So Kendall, I do have other copies of that book. If you are interested in it at 42, contact me and I could sell you a second copy. So I do happen to have another copy of that book. So if Alvin, if you are interested in that book, contact me at peacefulfeelings@yahoo.com and let me know that you weren't the winner, but you wanted the second copy. And again, I'll make sure it's a 9/8 potential because all of them look pretty darn good. So let me know. Yeah, Kendall, if you get a bad leg, just refresh. But like I said, I do have a second copy. So if you want to get the second copy for $42 plus shipping, just contact me and it's no problem. All right, so this is Something is Killing the Children, issue number 1. This is the 4th print. So this is not the rarest print, but it is one of the rarer prints. This is a hot book. First print is already going to over $300 at this point. So we're going to start the bidding on this one. This is 9/8 potential. We're going to start the bidding at $75. So if you're interested in this book, you could just write 75 plus the word something, and I'll know what it means. So you don't have to write the whole thing out, because that is a long title. So the bidding is starting at $75. This is a 4th printing. So this is definitely anything of the first issue. I think it went up to 6 different prints. Is very desirable. This, of course, is by Boom Studios. So because there are some people experiencing a very long lag, I will give extra time. But I want to go over it so you can see the corners are nice and sharp. So Jacob, you put 60. The bidding starts at 75. If you want to switch that, let me know. So as you can see, the edges are perfect. I will be shocked if this book does not get a movie or TV deal. I would think probably a TV deal would work for this book. But pretty much it seems like almost every book these days is getting some kind of deal. So again, because there's the lag time, I want to make sure people have the opportunity. So the bidding starts at $75 for this book. So I'm going to take a look at it really quick. There is not one spine tick at all. Even the edge of the book looks great. I mean, I'm definitely not going to guarantee a 9.9, but this, that would not shock me, because even the edges look good. All right, so we have a bidder at 75, so the auction has started. So since there is a delay, I will take a little time. 79 people have liked this so far, so thank you so much for that. So right now, Backy4441 is at 75. If you have the red footprint one, I'm in. This is the only one I got. I missed out on this book. I didn't think it would go the way it did. I mean, I can't be right every time. Sometimes you're going to get, your guesses wrong on books. And sometimes you're going to miss out on them. And then you're going to have to pay the price. But that's okay. You win some, you lose some. I don't care how good of an investor you are. There will be times you'll miss out on an opportunity. There'll be times you'll get stuff wrong. But that's okay. If you win more times than you lose, percentage-wise, you'll end up okay. So right now, Backy I4441 has the bid going at 75. So we'll give it like 2 minutes. The next bid would have to be 77. So far, Backy, you are in the lead. Auction isn't closed yet. But let me do a close-up. This book definitely has 9/8 potential written all over it. This book does not even need a pressing. But, of course, I always tell people, if you're not sure, get a book pressed, because it might be worth it. But this book is gorgeous. The corners, if I get it too close, it's blurry. Corners are nice and tight. So if anybody else wants to bid, No investors are batting 1,000 ever. That's true. There isn't. If there's a person that tells you they get it right all the time, they're lying, or they have some kind of inside information. So I always talk about averages. If you succeed more times than you fail, you're doing the right thing. That's why I tell people, make sure you do your research, make sure you know what you're investing in, make sure you put the time and effort in. And yes, Ban said this book is becoming scarce, because the later prints are just as desirable than the first print. Now, obviously, this one isn't worth the same price, but I'm also not selling it for that either. So 9.8 of this book will definitely get you some coins. So this is the last chance if you want to bid. Right now, the bidding is at 75, so if anybody wants to make a bid, it would have to be at least 77. Otherwise, we have our winner. All right. 10 more seconds for people to bid. And again, I'm doing this because there is a delay. So we want to make sure people have the opportunity to bid on the book if they so desire. All right, so going once. Going twice. All right, no other bids. So that makes Backy4441 the winner. So you win it at 75. Congratulations on that. You got a really good deal on that, especially if you get that book graded. So there is the way to contact me. And you let me know which way you want to make the payment. So let me just write your name down. So we got Backy4441. Something is killing the children. 4th print. So that's 75 plus the $9 shipping. So congratulations on that book. You got a really good deal on that one. Let's keep it going. All right. This is a book I've been telling people to get for years. Many people ignored that, but that's okay. Sometimes you go with what you like. But here's an opportunity. This isn't the first print, but this is Ultimate Fallout 4. This is second print variant. So these books are selling like crazy, especially since there are rumors that Miles Morales may appear in the MCU with the Spider-Verse. Now, of course, I'm not going to guarantee that. This does have a little bit of an indent here. That's when I bought it. But it is non-color breaking. So you could still potentially, if you get this pressed, still get a 9.8. But because of that, I'm going to start the bidding on this much lower than this is worth. You're talking $150 to $200 just for this book. The first print is really getting crazy at this point, but even I didn't think it would get that high. We're going to start the bidding on this book. We're going to go starting at only $75. Plus, of course, the shipping. Now, like I said, there is a little bit of an indent. That means whoever stored this either stacked it on its side or compressed too many books with it, and it left a little indent. But the good thing is that is easily pressed out. So you can still get a potential 9.8 if you get it pressed. So I'm selling it cheaper just because of that. Look up this book on eBay, and good luck trying to find it for under $95 to $100. Ungraded. Graded, it's even a lot more. So the bidding, all right, we got our first bidder, Andrew, starts out at $79. So it will be a $2 increment if anybody else wants to go in. Of course, I will give people time due to the delay. So like I said, this book will need a pressing, but it still could have a 9.8 potential because it just has the little indent that does not break color. And as you can see, with the all-white background, there are no smudges, no smears. I keep these books going pretty well. All right, we have Jacob in at now. It's got to be $2 increments. So Jacob, you'd have to bid 81 because he bid 79. So if you change it to 81, you will be the highest bidder because it's got to go in increments of $2. Kendall says he has this one, but it has a store stamp. I always hate when they do that. I have a book or two that has that right on the cover. That's annoying. But here's an opportunity to get one. All right, so we have Michael in at 81 for the Ultimate Fallout 4. So you could write Miles or Ultimate Fallout 4 or Fallout as long as it's basically describing what this book is. So remember, this is a second print, but this is the variant. So variants are definitely desirable of this book. All right, we got Andrew at 85. And again, I want to let people know this book will need a pressing if you want a potential 9/8. It has a non-color breaking indent along the spine. Whoever had this book before me did not store it properly, but the good thing is it can be pressed out. Jacob hitting the ball out of the park right there with $100 going straight up. He's not playing around. So Jacob right now is at 100. So at this point, once it hits 100, it's $5 increments. So the next bid, if somebody wants it, it would go up to 105. So these books are going to get even hotter. I've been telling people since 2016 to get this book. Dustin says, I took your advice on this over a year ago. Got a first print for $150. Sold my second print for $150. Now my first print was free. See, there you go. I was telling people to get the first print back when you can get it for $10 to $12. I bought like 14 copies. I've sold some over the years and gave some away, actually, at some point. So I only have maybe about 6 copies left. Yeah, Travis, there is a little bit of a... It's not a spine roll. What it is, there's a little bit of an indent. The person who had this before me either stacked it like this and put the books on top, or they compressed too many books and it left the indent. But it does not break color. So yes, it is an absolute easy fix to get it pressed. I mean, you really can't even see it, but I like to be honest when I sell stuff. I hate when eBay sellers try and sell something and don't mention things. But a pressing, I mean, like I said, even if it didn't, I would not guarantee a 9/8. Unpressed, it would probably be a 9/4. Pressed, it would be potentially a 9/8. So we have right now Steven Spock. Well, that's one person, but that's his name, Steven Spock. So we have a new person in, bid 110. So it's in $5 increments, but you can go higher if you want to. Second prints are going high too. I didn't spend any money on second prints other than this one and one other back in the days because I was old school and didn't think the second and third and fourth prints would do anything. Even like the 6th and 7th prints of Edge of Spider-Verse 2 are going crazy. All right, Jacob ain't playing. He's at 120. And again, this is the second print, and it's a variant. So, of course, that's where you see Miles Morales in full form, because the first print, you cannot see who he is because he's in the shadows. So the first second print, which is weird saying that, is the first time you have a face reveal. But this is a variant, which will make it desirable. So Steven Spock has gone to 125. So the next bid will be either a 130. Somebody can join in. Or if Jacob, if you want to fold, let me know. But obviously, we're going to give plenty of time. Walt says, got my second print for $5. You definitely are making some nice profit with that now. And that's what I mean. Like, back in 2016, I was telling people to get that first print for $12. You did have to wait a couple years for it to be worth something. But look at it this way. If you bought that book at $12, and now it's a $500, $600, even higher, up to $1,000 if it comes back at 9.8, you definitely made it worth your wait. So, like I say, don't always assume that every book is going to be $1,000 the first day. Sometimes it takes time. All right, so Jacob is folded, so we're going to give it at least another minute if anybody else wants to join in. But right now, Steven Spock is in the lead at 125. And again, if you're just joining in, there is a little bit of an indent along the spine. It does not break color and can be pressed out. And you still have a 9.8 potential. But like I say, I always make sure I point things out because I want to be fair to people. But as you can see, everything else is beautiful. So the next bid would have to be 130. We'll give it another 30 seconds because of the delay. Otherwise, we have our winner, our potential winner. And again, once we get to some of the higher books, anything over $500, if you want to do a payment plan, you can. I'll hold the book. You do have to leave a deposit, though. But if you need a payment plan for some of the more expensive books, Victor says, is UF4 a modern-day Grail now? With the prices it's demanding? Absolutely. I mean, the 1 in 25 variant at a 9.8 is selling for over $14,000. At $14,000, you could buy a Fantastic Four #1. So that definitely qualifies as a modern Grail. So, absolutely. And that's why I was telling people years ago, Edge of Spider-Verse 2 and Ultimate Fallout 4 were must-haves. It's a shame a lot of people did not take advantage of that. But that's alright. If you buy a book for $1,000 and it ends up being worth $2,000, you still made a good profit. So, it always doesn't depend on what price you pay. It always depends on the price you sell it as and the price it's worth. Alright, so this is your last chance to make the bid right now. Steven Spock at 125 is in the lead. So if you want to make a bid, this is your last chance. $5 increment. If you want Ultimate Fallout 4 issue, number 4, second print variant. Does need the pressing, but that still could give it a 9.8 potential. Alright, so going once. Going twice. End of the bidding. So we have Steven Spock. You are the winner at $125 plus shipping. So definitely hold on to that book. You will do very well. If he ends up in the MCU, forget it. You think those books are expensive now. Wait until that happens. And the same thing with Spider-Gwen. If you can get those books, even the other prints, because I'm shocked that the later prints are definitely going as high as they am. Michael, unfortunately, the bidding has closed for that one, so thank you for joining the bid. But right now, the bidding has been closed. Steven Spock did win at $125 plus the shipping, so contact me at that number, and that's Ultimate Fallout 4 second print variant. So I appreciate you guys joining in, but the auction was already done, and I never want to take away from somebody winning. But there's plenty more books coming, and like I said, the books are getting better. So make sure you hit the like button, even if you don't order anything. And I thank everybody for being here. 70 people watching right now. So I'm glad we ended up doing this. Oh, okay. This one is a 2-book set. So we got right here Spider-Man #1. This is the Todd McFarlane issues. We have the black, and they call it green. I don't know why they call it green. But, as you can see here, they are signed by the legend artist himself, Todd McFarlane. No certificate of authenticity, but I have so many of his books. I've even gotten him the signed books from my own personal collection. I could pretty much, let me put it so you can see it. I could safely say that those are his signatures. So these are, I'm going to say, between a 9.4 and a 9.8. I don't see any spine ticks on any of them, but I'll give closer views. But again, I will never guarantee a 9.8 on an ungraded book. So these are both signed. I'm going to start the bidding at only $150. That's usually for the price of one of these books. So let's start, because you'll see. Do I accept Zelle? Considering I don't know what that is, I would have to unfortunately say no. But I do accept cash, money order, Cash App, PayPal. So there's plenty of opportunity. But that one I do not accept. But thank you for that. I appreciate it. But if you look, especially this book, it would show creases like crazy. And there is not a spine tick to be found. And right there is Todd McFarlane's signature. I love the fact that he did it in silver ink. But you can see that these books are pristine. So the bidding is starting at only $150 for the pair. If you look these up online, you'll pay about that much just for the one. And you're going to get two. So I'm going to show both of these books. And again, I'm not going to guarantee it, but I would not be shocked if these came back 9.8s. These have, I will always say 9.8 potential. But this book, both of these books are clean. They do not need a pressing, but it always helps to get them just in case. So these both are signed by Todd McFarlane. Sorry, Richard. But yeah, that's... I'll have to research what Zell is, but right now I don't even know what it is, so it'd be hard to accept it. But there's plenty of other ways. So again, because there's a delay, I want to make sure people have time. And I want to make sure I show the signatures. So it's $150 to start. And that's for both comics. Sean says, can you put a starting bid in chat? Kids room, I'm sorry. Yeah, the bidding goes in the chat. So if you want, just write 150. Or if you want to go higher, you can. And just write Spider-Man books. So both of these are signed by Todd McFarlane. I do not have Instagram, but you can contact me on my website, my email address, which is peacefulfeelings@yahoo.com. Yes, so the starting bid is $150, and that is for both books, not per book. So if you bid $150, you're bidding on both of them for that price. And both of these are signed. So if you're interested in starting the bidding, it's $150 to start, and then it'll be $5 increments. So just write 150 Spider-Man, and these books can be yours. I love Todd McFarlane's signature. He's one of the very few that you absolutely can read his writing. When I met him in person back in the 90s, he was not a very friendly person. I've heard he's changed over the years. But when I met him, definitely had an ego. But I wasn't there to be friends with him. I was there to get a couple of books signed. I had issue 298 and issue 300 signed. Both of which I still own to this day. I think that was back in 1992 I got those signed at the New York Comic Con when I was living in New York. So let me show the other one really quick. So like I said, $150 for both of these books. These are potential 9.8s. There is no COA on the signatures. But trust me on this. All you have to do is look up his signature. And you will see these are genuine. If these came back... If you verified these and they came back as non-authentic, I'll give you your money back. But I wouldn't have bought these. I do, when I buy a book with signatures, I make sure I compare the signatures with other books, and then I compare them with books that were witnessed by CGC, that were graded, and then I base my opinion on there. Every single signed book, and I have dozens upon dozens of signed books, every single one of them that I've sent in to get verified came back verified. But I will guarantee these signatures. If you can show me that these books came back graded and they were not verified, I'll give you your money back. So you're getting both of these books, both of them signed by Todd McFarlane, both potential 9.8s at $150 to start plus shipping. So I'm going to give another 30 seconds, and if we have no bids, we will move on. So keep sticking around. There's still plenty more books to go. They're going to get better and better as we go. So you're getting the green and the silver version, even though this doesn't look green. It looks more yellowish to me. And I would always say this is more of the black version. All right, so it looks like we might not have any bidders, which is perfectly fine. We'll give it another 10 seconds. Again, both for $150 plus shipping. Signatures at the bottom for both of these books, and the 150 is for both books. So going once, going twice. All right, no sale. That's all right. I'll be more than happy to hold on to those. And again, if you're watching this and it's not live, some of these books could end up coming around and still being available. So don't assume that you missed the live show that you might not be able to buy one, because as you can see, there's a couple of books that have not sold. So you might have the opportunity to just contact me right here at peacefulfeelings@yahoo.com, and we'll get to the next book. This is definitely a very desirable book. It is another Todd McFarlane book. It does have, again, a non-color breaking indent along the spine, but a pressing will help that. This, of course, is Hulk number 340. I would love to see, when Wolverine enters the MCU, I would love to see him battle the Hulk. Now, I'm sure... Michael says CGC won't verify unless it's witnessed. Absolutely right. But CBCS and PGX will verify. So you have two options to be able to verify a signature. CGC will not do it, even with a certificate of authenticity. Even if you filmed it and the person sent a letter that signed it saying they did it, CGC will not do it. So CGC would not be the place I'd recommend to have an already signed book sent. I would send it to either PGX or CBCS. So this book, we're starting out at only $95. This book, if you look on eBay, this book has shot up in price. And it's because of the fact that people want to see Wolverine battle the Hulk. Now, I'm sure the first thing they'll do is the homage. If they're doing any homage with the Wolverine and the Hulk, you know they're going to do Hulk 181. But if they do a close-up where they show the Hulk's reflection after they show that iconic pose where you see Wolverine attacking the Hulk, if they show like the second scene and you see the Hulk in the reflection of these of his claws, people are going to go crazy. Now, of course, I can't guarantee that, but this is definitely a iconic book to get, starting at only $95 plus shipping. And I'll show the edges. I want to give it time because of the delay. So if you want to bid on this, just write 95 Hulk. The edges, as you can see, for a book this old, the corners are nice and pointy. There are no indents. Like I said, the only quote-unquote damage is there is an indentation along the spine which can easily be pressed out. So it's $95 to start if you are interested in this iconic cover. Absolutely love this with the gray Hulk. I don't think they'll ever do the gray Hulk in the comics, but you never know these days. I mean, if they could do a talking tree and a talking raccoon, then anything is possible. So we'll give it about another minute because of the delay, and then we'll go on to the next one just in case. Color of the pages on this are white. If you want me to open it, I absolutely can open it. This book I bought the day it came out. So this one I didn't store properly back when I was a kid, and it has the spine roll, or the indent. But as I'm looking at it, there is not one color break. So a pressing can fix any of those indentations. So the edges, there are no spine ticks at all, but the pages are white pages. So definitely very desirable book. So last chance. PayPal is definitely acceptable. I'll show you two of the payments that I take. You can use either Cash App or you can use PayPal. If you use friends and family, you get a free book. I'll add a free comic. Same thing with the Cash App. If you decide to pay with Cash App, you will also get a free comic as well. I also accept if you want to use a money order. If you live in the Tampa area on the west coast of Florida and you want to come meet me in person. All right, we got our first bidder. Joe Rios has bid $95, so the auction has started. I also, for larger, anything over $500, and that includes multiple books. If you want to do a payment plan, I will hold the books. You just have to leave a deposit. Connie says, how many different personalities does Hulk have? Well, you have the older version of Hulk, as Maestro or Maestro or Maestro. You have the gray Hulk, which, by the way, most people forget. Issue number 1 of Hulk, he was gray. He wasn't green until issue 2. So he did not start out green, but he stayed green. And they said the reason was that green was a better color to stand out in comics. They said gray just didn't work with the printing. There's something about the printing. So you have the Red Hulk, you have the Green Hulk, you have the Gray Hulk, then you have the combination of the two, like you saw in Endgame, Professor Hulk. So a lot of personalities over the years. So I'm going to make sure I give this plenty of time. So like I said, this will need a pressing if you're grading it, because it has a non-color breaking dent. What is it? Trade Paper Dad? Yes, the Ultimate Fallout 4 second print did sell. So you did miss out on that one, unfortunately. But there's still plenty of books to go. So right now we have a bid for $95 for this book. I absolutely love this cover. I mean, it's one of Todd McFarlane's. At first, when I first saw Todd McFarlane's work when I was a kid, I remember seeing Amazing Spider-Man number 298 at 7-Eleven, and I passed it up because I did not like the way he drew Spider-Man. Because I'm used to John Romita and all the other earlier people. But now I love his work, and I love this one. So right now we have 95 bid for this book. Yeah, Russell, I did say Red Hulk as well, but yes, absolutely. He's got a lot of personalities. And then they have that newer version where he's like really skinny. I think he looks weird that way. It's kind of creepy. So right now the bidding is at $95. I'll give it about another minute because I want to make sure with the delay if people want to bid. All right, so Nero has now bid $100. So at this point, it's $5 increments. So the next bid would be $105 if you are interested. So Joe, if you want to fold, just be kind and put fold, or you can place another bid, or anybody else can join in if they want to. Oh, love that username, Man Bear Pig. Yeah, Red Hulk was not Banner. He was Ross, but still another version of Hulk. All right, so right now the bidding is at $100. Again, I want to make sure people know, full disclosure, it will need a pressing if you get it graded because there is an indent, but it does not break color. I'll zoom in close. All right, so Joe Rios is at now $105. Without a pressing, I would say 9.2 to 9.4. With a pressing, it could potentially be a 9.8. But of course, I will never guarantee a 9.8 for an ungraded book. So this book will be based on if you get it pressed or not. Because a pressing will 100% get rid of any non-color breaking creases. Unless you go to somebody that doesn't know how to press, or you use an ironing board, which I would not recommend. All right, so we got Nero at 110. So we got a little battle going on right now. And of course, domestic shipping is only $8.99. To Canada, I will only charge $15. I'll pay for the rest if there is. And internationally will be based on your location. So make sure when you win, contact me with where you're located and how you would like to pay. So we got Joe at 115. So we got a little bidding war going on. So the next bid would be 120. Or if Nero, if you want to fold, just let us know. And I'm going to zoom in so you can see that there are no color breaking creases at all. It's just that little indent. So like I said, I bought this when I was a kid and did not store this one properly, but a pressing will fix that really quick. So there is a delay, so I want to make sure I give people time. So Nero has come in at 120. So again, while we have bidding wars, I want to make sure we give plenty of time. Joe comes right back with 130. So we got, this is a great book. If you get this book, get it pressed and get it graded, because this is a great book to hang on the wall. This is one of those showpiece books. The artwork is amazing, and many people believe so. So right now we got, Nero came back at 135. So we got 135 for, again, Hulk number 340. I wanted to make sure it wasn't 341. Hulk 340. If they show this image in the MCU, this book will double overnight, in my opinion. But like I said, if they are going to do an image, I could pretty much safely say, if they're going to do an homage one, the first is going to be the 181 cover. But they could do right after that showing Hulk's reflection. All right, so Joe Rios is at 140. But if they show this image in the movies, forget it. This book is going to be out of the realm of possibility. Of course, I'm not going to guarantee that. And this book, because it really did not have lots of value for a long time, not many people stored these properly. So at one point, this will get to the point where people will be spending $200 just for a 5.0. Nero, it's $5 increments, so if you want to go higher, it'd have to be $145. Because once we get to the $100 mark, it's $5 increments. So as of now, Joe is still in the lead. If Nero, if you want to do $145, we'll give you the opportunity. Or if you want to fold, that's up to you. So again, this is definitely one of those books. Now, if you ever hang any book on the wall, do not, and I cannot stress this enough, do not put it anywhere where sunlight can get to it. Sunlight will fade the colors to the point where they could actually disappear. So I know a lot of people have books on their walls. Make sure you do not have sunlight. All right, we got a new contender in. We have Matthew Marlin comes in at 145. So the next bid would have to be 150. If you want to fold, just let us know, so this way we can get to the next comics quicker. But we'll go, because there's a delay, want to make sure we give people the opportunity. And again, keep sticking around, because the comics are going to continue to get better, and there's still plenty more to go. So we got Matthew Marlin at 145. And again, I just want to remind people that there is, it goes up and down here, but is a non-color breaking indent that a pressing will fix. No color breaks. All right, Joe is at 150, so he's not giving up yet. So there we go. This is definitely a book to own, especially if you can't afford the Hulk 181s in the world. All right, Matthew comes back quickly at 155. So the next bid would be 160. If it gets to 160, I will add a free book. You know what I'll do? If it goes to 160, I'll add this She-Hulk book. Love the artwork. This is Greg Horn. Is it Greg Horn or Greg Land? I'm not sure, but I love this cover. If it goes to 160, I'll throw this book in. So we got 160. So now it's going to be 2 books. And this, of course, I got to put a backing board in it. But this is about a 9.4 to a 9.6. This is She-Hulk number 13. So we got, all right, so Joe did it. So 160 right now, so you'll get 2 books. If it goes to 175, I'll throw in another She-Hulk book. I'll make it worth your while. So Matthew is at 165. If it goes to 175, I will throw in another She-Hulk book, which we know She-Hulk is getting a TV show. And this, again, I will add the backing board. Where this is in the 9s. So if anybody brings it to 175, you will get the Hulk 340. You will get the She-Hulk that's already included, number 13. And then number 12, if it goes to 175. So we'll definitely make it worth your while. So I'll leave that up to you. Want to make sure we give plenty of time. But as of now, you're getting both of these books. If it goes to 175, you get the third. And yes, it is Greg Horn. So Russell, thank you for that. So right now there are 2 books, and that will not increase the bidding. All right, so Joe folded. Sean, all right, we got a new person in. So he bid the 175. This is what we're going to do. Give me a second. If it goes to 200, I'm going to make it worth your while. If it goes to 200, right now it's at 175. I will throw in She-Hulk number 8. This is the Civil War near mint. I will also throw in my absolute favorite cover of She-Hulk. Issue number 7. That is my favorite She-Hulk cover. So if it goes to 200, I will throw in those 2 extra books. So we got the Civil War. We've got issue number 7, which has her best cover. And if it goes to 200, I will also include her 100th issue, which is She-Hulk number 3. So if it goes to 200, I will add these 3 extra books. You know what I'll do? I'll do this. I'll add a 4th. So if you want to go to 200, I will add She-Hulk number 1. That book, another great painted cover by Greg Horn. So, all right, we got 200. So we got issue number 1 of She-Hulk. Issue number 8, Civil War, She-Hulk. This is a mega thick book. Issue number 3, which is She-Hulk number 100. Issue number 7, which, in my opinion, is the best She-Hulk cover ever. In my opinion, yours can differ. It also includes She-Hulk against Thanos, number 13. So Matthew has bid the 200, so you will be getting all these books. It includes She-Hulk number 12. And, of course, the reason why you're bidding, Hulk 340. So you're getting all of these books. The next bid would have to be 205. So you're getting all of these books. It will not increase the shipping at all. The shipping domestically will still be $8.99. So it will not increase at all. I'll pay any extra shipping. So we're at $200 right now with all of these books. So especially with the She-Hulk TV show coming, especially that number 1, these books are going to be very desirable. So we're going to give it a minute because of the lag. And again, I want to stress that the Hulk 340 does need a pressing. I absolutely love that cover. That's the number 1 issue. But it's a non-color breaking crease. It's an indent. And again, this is doubly thick. So we're going to give it another 30 seconds if somebody wants to bid any higher. 205 would have to be the next bid. But you're getting all of these books, and the increase in shipping will not be increased. All right, so going once, going twice, and at this point, he disagrees. The Incredible Hulk 441. Well, yeah, of course. Everybody, art is speculative. All right, so the listing, the auction is closed. Matthew, congratulations! You came in with a $200 bid at the end, so you will be getting all of those books. Again, the shipping will only be $9 if you live domestically. So while I'm writing your name down, just contact me at my email address at the bottom, and we will go over how you want to pay for it. So definitely hold on to that She-Hulk book. So we've got Matthew Marlin, Hulk 340, and She-Hulk set at 200 plus shipping, which will only be the $9. All right, so great little stack right there. Let's get to the next comic. So good job with that. And again, once we contact everything with the payment, if you send the payment via Cash App, you will get a free comic added to it. And that's for anybody that purchases. All right, so let's keep it going. Like I said, we got some key books still coming, and this is definitely one of them. This right here is definitely a very desirable book. We've got Amazing Spider-Man number 252. But there's more. It is the newsstand variant. So this book has definitely become a very hot book. I have this graded at a 9.8. I bought it a couple of years ago, so I do not mind selling one. This one, let's see. It has two, make sure, two microscopic color break increases. They're about 1/8 of an inch or less. And there is a minuscule at the bottom on the corner. You're probably not going to be able to see it, but there is a tiny little bit of color loss at the very tip. You're probably not going to be able to see it, but there are, let me see if I can even get it on camera. It's so small. It's not even 1/8 of an inch right there. Other than that, this book looks beautiful. There is a tiny little pin-sized color loss at the tip. It's about the size of a pen. But we're going to start this one because of that. So I'm going to say very fine plus to near mint minus. I'm going to start the bidding at only $95. So Jesse said a 9.4. Yeah, about a 9.4, I would say. I would say 9.2 to 9.4, depending on if you get it pressed or not. But like I said, this is the newsstand variant. So this is definitely a desirable book, starting at only $95 plus shipping. So of course with the lag, I will give plenty of time. And like I said, there are two color break increases, but they are, if they are 1/8 of an inch, that is a lot. They are so small you cannot even pick them up. But I want to fully disclose it. So I'm going to take some good, close, slow images because there is the lag. Yes, I would say anywhere from a 9.0 to a 9.4, because there is a pin-sized color break at the very, very tip, and at the bottom there is a minuscule little color break at the very edge that just goes about, at maximum, between 1/8 and 1/4. All right, so we got a bidder at $95. And of course, domestic shipping is $8.99. International, you'll have to let me know, and we will go over what the price is, because it will depend on how many you get. And I do combine shipping. All right, so Andrew jumped right into it at $107. So the bids will be in $5 increments at this point. So this book, definitely a pressing will help it. But if you get a book like this in the high 8s to low 9s with a newsstand, definitely still going to be desirable. So right now we have $107 is the highest bid. So it would be now in increments of $5, which would mean it would have to be $112 or higher. But this is definitely, it's one of those iconic covers. This, obviously has to do with the homage cover of Amazing Fantasy 15. I bought this when I was a kid. Bought it at 7-Eleven. That's why you see the barcode there, because that was not a comic shop, so it is newsstand. Michael was the first at 112. So Matthew, if you want to go to 117 or 120 to make it even, because it makes it easier, whatever you want to do. All right, we got another bidder. Right now, Roman Curtis is at the lead of $125. So 130 would be the next highest bid. All right, Never Stop Collecting is going to 140, so he's in for serious bidding. Jesse said, if I didn't have to go to dinner with my wife, I think I'd be glued to this auction. All these books are so good. I'll tell you something, you ain't seen nothing yet. They're getting even better. But, hey, check it on the rewatch, because you never know. Something might not be bid on that you could get. All right, Michael has come in at 145. Matthew has folded. So, again, this is the newsstand variant, so this is definitely going to be desirable. It's the Bronze Age ones that don't really matter, because there weren't many comic book stores. But this is Copper Age. So, again, a pin needle of a color-breaking dot right at the very tip. Never Stop Collecting is at 150. There is 2 microscopic color-breaking creases on the spine. They are so tiny I cannot even show them. They are maybe 1/8 of an inch at best. And then at the very bottom, at the tip of the edge, there's a little bit of color rubbing on the bottom. But again, it is so tiny, it's going to be very hard to see. So right now, we are at 150 for this book. This is definitely another one of those books, when you get graded, that you want to display on the wall. Because, I mean, just the background with the orange and yellow in the background really makes Spider-Man's black suit stand out. All right, so Roman Curtis has folded. So thank you for the people that hit the fold comment to let people know. So we'll give it about another minute, because I know there was one other person, and there he is. Michael bid 155. So because there is a delay, I will give it a little extra time. And rest assured, my packages will ship out protected. You will never get a manila envelope with the comic without a bag and board. These will be packaged extremely well. Now, since I have a bunch of sales, it might take me an extra day or two, but I will definitely be in contact with you. I will mail you the shipping the tracking number and everything. All right, so Never Stop Collecting has folded, so we're going to give it about another minute in case anybody else wants to join in. Right now, Michael is in the lead at 155. So the next bid would be 160 if anybody's interested. And again, some minor little defects, because I take good care of my comics. Even when I was a kid. So we'll give it another 10 seconds because of the delay. And again, once again, just in case, this is the newsstand variant. So they are, especially when it comes to the modern books, it's going to be a little bit rarer. Alright, so this is the last chance if you want to bid higher than 155. Going once. Going twice. And we have the auction closed. So Michael Salas, you are the winner of a very great book at 155. Here is all the information that you will need to contact me. And again, let me know if you are international for the shipping. Otherwise, it's $8.99. So let me write this down. And if anybody buys multiple copies, let me know, because I do, and I can't believe I said the word do. I do multiple, shipping. You won't have to pay extra unless you get like 10 books or something. So that's Amazing Spider-Man 252 at 155 plus the $8.99 shipping. So congratulations on that win. That's another great comic. Let's keep the great comics going. This is some of the books. There are 2 of these. People have been asking about these, and I thank the people that are waiting. We almost got to the 100, so it was actually good that I did this. 94 people, 91 of you liked it, so thank you for that. It's probably the highest likes I've gotten in a very long time, so I really appreciate that, and I hope you guys are enjoying this. All right, the books are getting better and better. We have Amazing Spider-Man 300. Iconic cover. First full appearance of Venom in newsstand variant. Now, this is mid-grade. This is about a 5.5, well, about a 5.0 to a 5.5. But when it comes to newsstand variants, it does not matter. I'm going to price this accordingly to sell. We're going to start the bidding. So like I said, it's about a 5.5 to 5.0. Newsstand variant. I will start the bidding at $250. So let me show you the spine, because there are several color-breaking spine ticks, but it would qualify for a 5.0 to a 5.5. So this one has been loved. But the good thing is, all of the damage is along the spine and not the cover. So there is no subscription crease. Oh, let me double check just to make sure. Okay, there is a subscription crease, but it does not break color. So that could be pressed out. So I didn't even notice it until I put it in the light, but that still would qualify for a 5.0 if left unpressed. These books in high grade are going in the thousands at this point. A 9.8 regular cover goes for almost $5,000 at this point. So this is the newsstand variant. It's about a 5.0 to a 5.5. The major damage is the color breaking creases along the spine, but better to have it along the spine than around the cover. It does have a subscription crease that does not break color. You could still get a 5.0 or better if you press it. So this is a desirable newsstand variant. And I'll show close-ups to the rest. So the bidding starts at $250 for this book. Once the next Spider-Man movie comes out, you are going to see these books get even more expensive. And the newsstand variants become very desirable because, again, this is a modern, still considered modern, even though, Copper Age. So there were a lot of comic book stores back at that time. So it was a lot harder to get a newsstand variant. And Kendall is enjoying the auction. Thank you. We haven't even hit the big boys yet. So as you can see, they're getting better as we go. So I appreciate the patience, because there's definitely going to be some very desirable books coming. And some graded books too. So we'll give this a couple of minutes because of the lag. So we have our first bidder, Roman Curtis, at $250. So again, it's $10 increments if anybody else wants to bid. I will show the close-up because, like I said, there are multiple spine ticks along the spine. But with a newsstand variant, it doesn't matter. These books are getting way out of hand. I remember when paying $150 for a 9.8 was ridiculous. That was a couple years ago. And to show you how irrelevant this book was for a while, I have this book, like I said earlier, I have this book signed by Todd McFarlane. Not this one. But I have a copy of this book, at least the 9.0, signed by Todd McFarlane, that over 10 years ago, I tried to sell at a yard sale for $25. Actually, it was like 10 years ago. I tried to sell it at a yard sale for $25, and nobody wanted it. That's how irrelevant this book was only a decade or two ago. So it shows that sometimes you got to sit on books before they become valuable. So to see this book commanding the prices that it is amazing. Hey Murph, good to see you. So we have one bidder so far at $250. Again, this is about a 5.0 to a 5.5. I would recommend pressing this book. It is the newsstand variant. Now, this is not the first appearance of Venom, but it is the first full appearance. You have the first cameo of Eddie Brock in 298. You have the first cameo appearance of Venom in 299. And this is the first full appearance. This is also the 30th anniversary issue, issue 300. Iconic cover. I mean, how many people have duplicated this image? It's done by Todd McFarlane, which basically was only his second issue of Spider-Man because he started at 298. So we're going to give it another minute. Next bid would have to be $255. But again, this is the newsstand variant. It has a subscription crease, but it does not break color. It's very thin. I actually didn't even notice it until I reflected it in the light. But you could still get a 5.5 even if you didn't press it. So we're going to give it another 30 seconds because there is a big lag time on some people's videos. So we have one bid at 250. The next bid would have to be 255. And then, of course, the domestic shipping is $8.99, and I will package them very well. All right, Walt has jumped in at $255. Again, if you live internationally, please do not send any payments. Contact me first because the shipping rate will depend on what country you're living in. So we have 255 bid for this book. Travis said, if I didn't have an 8.5 newsstand, I'd be all over this book. Well, here's the one thing I tell people. If you get multiple copies, the good thing is, if you sell one or trade one, you still have it. So the beautiful thing is, if you think the price is right, Amazing Murfinator has come in with $260. Roman Curtis came in with $265. So Roman was before Walt. So Roman, you are currently in the lead. So Walt, if you want to go to $270, I'll give you time. But one of the things I always tell people is if you get multiple copies of a book, especially if they're at a price that you think is worth it, you can use it as trade bait to get something else you want. Or you could turn around and sell one if you have to and still have them. Because like I said, the only reason I'm selling this is because I have multiple copies. So I don't mind selling one or two, making other people happy, making a little money. All right, so Amazing Murfinator is at $270. Again, I want to stress there are multiple spine ticks along the spine. This has been a loved book, but because it's a newsstand variant, it will not matter. Even 0.5s are starting to sell in the like $100 range. It's amazing. Like I said, this book was irrelevant for years, but it ain't anymore. Same thing with New Mutants 98. 10 years ago, you could have gotten New Mutants 98 in the dollar bin, and nobody would have bought it. All right, we got Walt at $275. So we got a little bidding war going on here. Some smart investors who know the difference between the newsstand variant and the regular version of this book, because even in mid-grade, this is still going to be a very desirable book, and again, is going to be a book that is going to be on the upside. That's why you don't see books like Thor 390 here. You will not see the first White Vision, because that book is going to go down. I won't say why, but pretty much if you've seen the show, you know why. It's a one-and-done situation. But Venom eventually is going to be in the MCU if they make the agreements with Sony. And there's going to be more Spider-Man books, movies coming out. So these are just going to continue to go up. So right now we have Walt at $275. The next bid would be $280. So we'll give it a minute or two because of the lag time if somebody wants to continue bidding. But again, all right, Jacob going in with the kill. He went straight up to 300. Iconic considering the book is 300. Yeah, Jacob writes 300 for 300. There we go. Now all you have to do is stand up against the Persians. You'll be all set. I think it was the Persians. All right, so Roman Curtis has folded, so thank you for letting me know about that. Right now, the bidding is at 300. If it goes to 305, I will add a free book. I'll pick something. All right, so Walt is folded, so we'll give Amazing Murfinator a chance to either fold or do a bid of 305. If it goes to 305, I'll throw in another book. I'll pick something. You know what? I'll do this. If it goes to 305, I'll throw in a nice variant. Actually, you know what? For this book, it would have to go to 320. If it goes to 320, we have Amazing Spider-Man 13, the 1 in 25 Delato variant. Very beginnings, early beginnings of the Spider-Verse. So this is the 1 in 25 Delato variant. This is in, it has a little indenting, So pressing would fix it, but I do want to make sure that's mentioned, but it is non-color breaking increased. So if it goes to 320, I will throw in that book. So right now, the current bid is at 300 for 300. And again, this is the newsstand variant, about a 5.0 to 5.5 grade. Would have to be pressed, like I said. And of course, make sure I show all of that. All right, so Amazing Murfinator has folded. So I'm going to give one last opportunity. If you go, right now the winner is, well, it will be Jacob. If you go to 320, I throw in this book. 1 in 25, Dell'Otto variant, Amazing Spider-Man, number 13. So I'll give you a minute just in case. All right, Andrew is folded. Thank you for letting me know. All right, so 300 going once. 300 going twice. There we go. The auction is closed. Congratulations on that one. That is a great book. Hold on to that book because it will definitely continue to increase in value. And I do appreciate everybody that is bidding and being very respectful and letting people know if they're folding. So Jacob Morgan, you are the winner of Amazing Spider-Man 300. And that is the newsstand for 300 plus the $8.99 shipping. And if it ends up you change your mind about if you want to go to the 320 to get that other book, just let me know and I'll still honor that. So great job on that win. Contact me with that information there. All right, next up we have, for people who missed out, we have another one. Now this one is higher grade, but it is not a newsstand. But this one is incredibly better in grade. I will say it is a minimum of an 8.5, if not much higher, because I do not see a color breaking tick. But I just want to be careful with these books because they get very expensive. So I will show this book. It is not the newsstand. Like I said, this is a minimum of 8.5. This is going to... I can ship to Canada. It will be $15 to ship a comic to Canada. So just let me know when you email me if you win a book. Let me know. It'll be higher if it's a graded book, but ungraded books I'll charge $15 and I'll pay the rest. So I absolutely will ship to Canada. So this book is a minimum of an 8.5. I'm going to start the bidding at $450. I will not be shocked if this comes back a 9.2 or higher. Oh, it helps if I move my damn finger. I will do a close-up. You will see there is not one color-breaking tick on this book. So this one, like I said, a 9.8 of this book goes for $4,000 and up. So we're not playing around right now. This book, and again, because of how expensive this book is, I do not want to say it has 9.8 potential. And because of the fact this book is high grade, I'm going to take it out and show the back so we can see the back, how beautiful this book is. Oh, Murfinator just did a super chat. Thank you for that. So look at the back of this book. I really appreciate that. So Jacob is starting out. Remember, the bidding starts at $450. But look at the back of this book. There is not one spine tick. Now, you can see there's that little bit of that indent, but you can get a 9.8 with that. That does not matter. But so you can see how gorgeous this book is. Usually the back will show lots of spine ticks and a lot of scuffing. So I am being extremely reserved when I say this is a minimum of an 8.5. I mean, look at that. That back does not have one spine tick. So you're talking this is most likely in the 9s and higher. So you know what? I'm actually going to increase it to, not price-wise, but the grade of a minimum of a 9.0. if not higher. You're talking now, go look up what a 9.0 and higher goes for ungraded. You're talking probably about double what I'm starting it as. So $450. All right, so we have Roman Curtis at $500. So I guess seeing that back definitely helped people. This baby's got back. So I'm going to do some close-ups. So this one is not the newsstand, but it doesn't matter. But this one is easily a 9.0 and higher. By seeing that back, just imagine if this came back graded a 9.6 to a 9.8, and you paid $500, or depending on what it ends as. So the back of the book, you saw it, not one spine tick, and that is an all black cover. All right, what can I say is at $550 for this book. So we got some serious bidders on this one, which I can understand that, because like I said, you're talking in the high nines, you're talking thousands of dollars for this book. And this book ain't going away anytime soon. So right now, since we've gotten past 500, the increments are $20. So at $550, all right, Roman Curtis at $600. So again, if you did not see the back of the book, I don't want to take it out again because I don't want to smudge it. But rewind. What can I say is it's $650. So Biden is definitely going to help people support their habit. So basically, look at it this way. If you spend your stimulus money, you're basically getting these for free. So write a letter to Biden thanking him for your free book that you can invest in and make a poop ton of money on. So we got 650. Roman Curtis is at 700. Again, if you did not see the back of this book, I took it out of the bag and showed it. The back of the book is spotless. There is not one tick along that spine. There are not many of these books where you can say that. Unless you're going to spend $3,000-$4,000. Yes, Roman Curtis is at 700. We had 550, then 600, then 650, and now 700. All right, so what can I say is going to 800 for this book? Definitely. This is absolutely a book. If you can get Todd McFarlane to sign this book, you're talking big-time money for this. It's like I said, and again, I will show a close-up of the spine of this book. We're not playing around with this one. I'm actually surprised that I started it as a very fine. Because once I saw that back, because it's been a little while since I looked, there's not one spine crease. So it's in increments of 20, but right now people are going up at $50 to $100 at a time. So if it's getting past your price range, just hit fold, or you can continue. Yeah, it's easily at least a 9.2. I would not be shocked if it gets higher than that with that back. Because a lot of times the problems are the back of the book, because it's all black. And you saw, I scrolled down slowly, not one tick in that book. And we've reached the 100 viewer mark. Awesome. 102 likes. Thank you very much. So right now the bidding is at 800. The next bid would have to be 820. But this is a book that if you get graded, you're going to be very happy what you spent. If you spend under $2,000 for this book, you are going to be very happy when you get this book graded. Now, of course, I would recommend a book like this get pressed, just to make sure, because even the difference of a 9.2 to a 9.4 can be a couple of $100. If you're going to spend $30 to get an increase of potentially a couple of hundred, it is absolutely worth it. All right, so Roman Curtis has folded. So we're going to give it a minute or two because of the delay. And again, the back of this book is flawless. There is not one spine tick along that edge of that spine. Let me get in a little closer so you could see how straight the top is as well. So the others that have bid, if you don't want to bid, if you could at least mention a fold, we'd appreciate it. Right now the bidding is at $800. And that is a steal for this book. Definitely get this book graded. You will not be disappointed. So we're going to give it one more minute because of the lag to give people the opportunity to go higher. The next bid would have to be 820. If it goes to 1,000, I will include $2.98 and $2.99. I don't have them to show, but they will be at least an 8.5 or higher grade. So if the bidding gets to 1,000, I will add Amazing Spider-Man 298 and Amazing Spider-Man 299. So you will have the trifecta. So I'll give people, even that folded, if you want to go in at that, if the bidding gets to 1,000, which is about half of what this book alone is going to be worth. If it gets to 1,000, I will include 298 and 299. They will be at least 8.5 or up. So if anybody wanted to go back in and place a $1,000 bid, you can, and I will add those 2 books. I keep putting my finger where you're supposed to be looking, so sorry about that. But I want to make sure you see how beautiful a condition this book is. So we'll give it another minute. And again, the bidding right now is at 800. But if anybody goes to 1,000 for this, I will throw in not only this high-graded book, it's easily going to be a 9.2, if not higher. If it gets to 1,000, I will throw in Amazing Spider-Man 298 and Amazing Spider-Man 299. So we'll give it another 30 seconds because of the delay. Otherwise, this gorgeous book has been purchased for a steal. And I'm very happy for people out there to be able to get these. So like I said, you look on eBay for these books and see the prices that they're commanding. All right, so going once. Going twice. Last chance. And we have an auction winner of $800, Mr. What Can I Say? Or Mrs. What Can I Say? I cannot assume who it is when I don't know. So what can I say? You are the winner of a extremely great price for an Amazing Spider-Man high grade number 300. So there's the information to contact me. And again, if you are in another country or in Canada, let me know. Amazing Spider-Man 300 high grade, 800 plus the $8.99 domestic shipping, unless of course you live overseas, or if it's Canada, it's $15. So like I said, I'm not going to go crazy. So congratulations on that one. That is a great win at that price. Trust me, when you get that graded, you're going to be very happy you got that. All right, but we're not done yet. We still got some really big books coming. All right, next up, we have, this is Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles number 2. This is the second printing, but this is in high grade for a book that is all black. This book is incredible. And I will take out the backing board because I put this in a bigger slab so you can see the back. So, we're going to start the bidding on this one at, it's a second print, so I'm going to say near mint minus to near mint. We're going to start the bidding at only 150. So this is the first appearance of April O'Neil. Now, it will need a little bit of a pressing because it has a little bit of an indent that does not break color. But this is easily minimum, probably going to be 9.0. Probably higher. So this is a second printing. This is a wraparound cover. This is the back. Look how beautiful that is. There is not one spine tick on this, and I'm only starting it at $150 plus shipping. So you can see first appearance of April O'Neil, first appearance of, I think they're called the Mousers. But this book, you can see the tips are extremely sharp. So this is a great book to add to your collection from 1984. Because, I mean, let's face it, Teenage Mutant number 1 in a 5.0 will cost you $6,000. So this is going to be at least in the 9s, if not higher. So this starts out at only $150. And again, I will do close-ups. This is a beautiful condition book. So you got the first appearance ever of April O'Neil. And the first appearance of, I think they're called Mousers, but it's these characters, which I always loved, especially when you play the video game. They kind of hop at you. They almost look like wind-up toys. But as you can see, the condition of this is incredible. So this is the second print, and that is not a color break increase. That's just the comma for the name. So you can see how sharp this book is. So the bidding on this is only $150 to start. And I'll be honest, if it doesn't sell, I will not mind keeping this. Because there will be more movies. And with The Last Ronin being a hit, and again, those aren't color break increases. There will be a first print, and it is graded. That will be coming soon. But this one is the second print. Alright, so we got our first bidder. And again, right there, that is not color break increase. That is part of the artwork design. And I showed the back so you could see how clean this book is. So we got a bidder, SOP Omega Prime, at $150. So the bidding has started. I do give a little bit of time because there is a delay and there is some people saying they've experienced lagging. That's YouTube for you. But I want to try and get them close. And again, right there, that is not a color breaking crease. That is part of the word. Everyone is checking eBay. I thoroughly expect them to. I want them to, so you could see how much these things go for. So I tell people all the time, make sure you know what you're buying. So absolutely, check on eBay what these are selling for. They are definitely selling for more than $150. And again, I keep putting my hand over the part for the camera. All right, so we got What Can I Say at $160. So he's not done with bidding yet. And again, this is the second print. But like I said, I don't want to keep taking it out. But the back showed no spine ticks. We got Michael at $165. So as you can see, I'll close in how beautiful condition, how sharp those edges are. Now you're talking a book that for a while nobody cared about. This is from 1985. And look how sharp those edges are. So this book, again, my other one that I have graded is a 9.6. I would not be shocked if this is the same. And that book, the 9.6 that I will be selling, that is a first print, I didn't even get pressed. Because that was back before I even knew what pressings were. So as you could see, I keep my books, unless I get them in low grade, I keep them in very good condition. So right now the bidding is at $165. We got Alvin Bryant jumping in at $175. So again, if you live outside the United States, please let me know before you make any payments, because I have to see where you are to determine what the prices are for the shipping. And again, I just want to clarify, that is not a color break increase. That is just the comma for the S. But I want you to see, because back in the days, this was a cult following, before the TV shows and everything. All right, Steve and Spock has gone to 200. So people read these books. For a book to be in this condition, for this kind of book, is rare. I mean, just look at number 1. Good luck finding a 9.8. You're lucky if you find one. What will you be starting it at? Well, I'll tell you when I get to it. It will definitely be a lot more than $200, I can tell you that. But it will be below what people are selling it for. So what I would recommend is, if you're waiting for the first print, go look online on eBay and see how much they're selling for. But right now we have the bidding at 200. Steve and Spock, you are... All right, What Can I Say is now at 205. And again, right here, that is not a color break. That is part of the artwork. So let me zoom in a little bit more so you can see, or not see, any spine ticks, because it does not have any. The back as well, hopefully you saw when I took it out. So this book is going to be in the high 9s, which is going to be pretty rare for this book, even in a second print. So you can walk away with a steal with this book. Because remember, again, This is the first appearance of April O'Neil, so there is a big first appearance in this book, and it's the first appearance of these. Like I said, I think they're Mausers. Correct me if I'm wrong, but these images, and it is a wraparound cover. So this is beautiful. This is another book I would definitely recommend getting graded. So because of the delay, I'm going to give it another minute or two. But right now, the high bid is at $205 for this high grade, minimum 9.0, if not higher, of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles #2, second print. Again, there will be a 9.6 graded CGC first print coming, but that one's going to be for the big boys. So we're going to give it another 30 seconds. If the people that have bid, if they do not want to go higher than 205, if you could at least fold, let me know. I do not have Thor 229. Not for sale anyway. But who knows? If this continues to go as well as this one is going, I may do more in the future. And that could be one of them. I'd have to check and see if I still have it. But if I do, I'll definitely do more of these. Alright, so we're going into the final round. If people that bid can at least put a fold in, let me know. But right now the winning bid is at 205, so the next bid would be 210 for this gorgeous looking second printing. Alright, so Elvin is folded. Thank you for letting me know. So we're going to give it a little bit more time because, like I said, there is a lag, so I want to be respectful that everybody gets the opportunity. So 205 is the leading bid right now. And again, there is not one spine tick to be found in this book. Alright, Steven Spock has folded. So SOP, if you want to bid or fold, let me know. I'll give you 30 seconds to respond. If you don't respond, I'll just assume you don't want to bid, or you left, or you're in a bathroom break, or a timeout. But right now, the bid to beat is 205. And if you do win, what can I say? Like I said, I will do multiple shippings for the same price. Unless we get to like 10 or 20 books, then we'll have to increase it a little bit. But alright, this is the last call for this book if you want to bid. Again, this is going to be higher than a 9.90 in my opinion. I would not be shocked if it came back a 9.6 or higher. I won't guarantee it, but you guys are seeing the images and there's not one spine tick to be found even on the back. Alright, so we haven't heard from him, so we're going to assume he's no longer here. But we're going to go right now with the closing. If you have a last second bid, please do it now. Otherwise, going once, going twice. The auction is now closed. So what can I say? What can I say? You are the winner again of another great comic at 205. So let me write this down. That also Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2 second print. So your total on that one will be just 205. So there won't be any additional shipping cost because you had another book. So like I keep it as promised, I will combine shipping. So congratulations on that one. Let's get to the next book. So we still got more to go. More Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle goodness. This is Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles issue number 3. This is the first print. Now, the comic is not yellowed. It's the top loader. So let me take it out of there. I want to be careful. You know what? I might have to cut this out because it's definitely snug. But there's no yellowing of this book. It is actually, you can see it's got a yellow tint to the actual plastic. So the person that bought this, it's the original one, but there is a bag and board inside of it. But the yellowing is not the comic. So we're going to start this out. I'm going to say very fine condition plus. Starting again only at $150 for this book. So if you want to increase the collection, I mean, God bless you if you already have, you know, the first issue. But this is another iconic early issue, large sized, and I'll try and close in. You can see these are definitely in great condition. Like I said, very fine plus and up. What can I say? Says my old handle name used to be White Dog Comics. Hey, nothing wrong with changing your name. As long as it's something you enjoy. I actually like this username. It works out. What can we say? And then you can see right here. Look how sharp the edges are of this book. So you can see I keep these in pristine condition. The best as possible as I get them. But this bidding only starts at $150. Go check on eBay what these are selling for. And we'll make sure we give people time to bid because there is a delay. Let me try and get a little closer. The problem is, see, because it's a black and white cover with some light blue, it's hard to see any color breaks, but there aren't any. A lot of that is just the design of the comic. So they weren't thinking about the future of these books. So let me look. There is a little 1/4-inch split from right here up. So there's about 1/4-inch split. So that would probably bring it down to an 8.5 to 9.0. Other than that, this book is in great condition. So this is a first print. All right, so we have our first bidder, Jerry P., one of my moderators, starting in at $210. So he's going straight off with a bid that is not playing around. So this is a first print. This is Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles number 3. In very fine plus condition. The only little issue is that little bit of the spine split on the cover on the very tip, like about 1/2 inch to 1/4 inch. But other than that, no spine ticks, perfectly flat. Pressings obviously are recommended. So we're going to give it a minute or two. So even though this is an oversized issue, it's $8.99 domestic shipping, $15 to Canada. And yeah, Amazing Burfinator, the Turtles are definitely on fire. So how many people do you know have these books in the early prints? I have issues 2 through 11. Unfortunately, I don't have the first one. I had a second print, but I sold it. And I regret selling it considering how hot these are. Because what I sold for $895, I could have sold for now for $3,000. But, you know, hindsight is always 20/20. So Jerry P. right now is in the lead at $210 for this book. So I'm going to give it a minute or two because of the lag to make sure people have the opportunity to bid. It will be in increments of $5. So the next bid, if interested, would be $215. So again, this book is very clean, except for that one corner in the top. This book is nice and flat and sharp. So if you want to bid, it would be $215 for the next bid. But like I said, with the lag, I want to make sure I give time. What can I say? It says I need a copy of issue 1. Don't we all? Good luck. A 5.0 is $6,000. Oh, Jerry P., you were bidding for the previous book. All right, if you don't want to bid for this, that's okay. The bidding starts on this at $150. If you want to go down to $150, you can, or if you want to back away completely because I thought that was for this book, let me know. Yeah, the $895 was definitely worth it at the time, but like they say, you know, hindsight is 20/20. So Jerry P., you let me know. I'll let you go down to the starting price of $150 if you want it. But if you don't want it, I understand because you were assuming that you were bidding. So just so you know, if you make a bid, just put which book you're bidding on because there is a little bit of a lag. So if you're just coming in, if you place a bid, put the price that you're bidding plus the name of the book. So Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 3. So if there's no other bidders, we'll wait for Jerry P. to tell me what he wants to do. The starting price was $150. So if you want to go down to $150 for this, you can do it. Or if you want to back out because you were bidding for the issue 2 that was already closed, that's perfectly fine, and I'll still keep this book. So I'm just waiting on Jerry P, or unless somebody else wants to come in. Is it a marked Jewelers? I actually do not know. I've never opened this book, but looking at the top, it does not look so, because you would definitely tell if they'd had it. No, that's okay, Jerry, don't be sorry. That's okay, so he's going to withdraw. So there are no bidders for this, so I'm going to give it 10 more seconds. This is not the marked Jewelers, because it will have a little bit of a lip on the top. You could see it. So even though I didn't never open this book, I could definitely tell that this is not a marked Jewelers insert. Alright, so no bids. Going once. Going twice. No sale. And that's right. And Jerry, don't worry about that. You might have missed out on that not knowing. You might not have heard. But anybody that places a bid, just make sure you put the number and the book that you're bidding on. Because there is, some people have said, anywhere up to a 2-minute lag. All right, let me get some more of the books because I put them over to the side. We got 2 more ungraded books, and then we got a bunch of graded books. So thank you to the 109 people that have already hit the like button. We've now been going for 3 hours, and we're still going strong. We still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 more books to go. And then, is that including the 4? Yes. Then 4, yeah, that includes 11 books, which include 4 of them you have not seen in the videos. You might want to stick around for those. All right, so let's get into a big boy book. You guys ready for the big boy books? Here we go. Since I have many copies of this book, I do not mind selling one of these. If this character ends up in the MCU, this book is going to be unaffordium. So we have Amazing Spider-Man. Let me take it out of this because it's causing a glare. Amazing Spider-Man number 50. Now the comic isn't wrinkled. This is in an old bag and board. I will change the bag if you want me to. But this is the first appearance of the Kingpin. So we got a big boomer here. I'm going to grade this roughly between a 2.5 and a 3.5. But you can see it presents really well. Most of the damage, if you want to call it damage, is along the spine, which I will show. But I'm going to say it's about a 2.5 to a 3.5. We're going to start the bidding at only $195. So let's start getting into some close-ups. So you could see there is the damage there. Let me just see. A little bit of that is folded over, like dog ears. But there is a little piece missing, but that's okay in this grade. So that part right at the top can actually fold back down. So it's not as bad as it looks. But you can see there are multiple color breaks. But as you can see, it's not like it's ripped to shreds or anything. So you're getting an iconic cover. And if he ends up, because they've already confirmed, there's a color break increase right there, that the original Daredevil from Netflix, Charlie Cox's version of Daredevil, is coming in. How much would you love to see the gentleman who played Kingpin to be in the MCU? So you could see this is probably higher than what I'm grading it as, but I would rather grade it too low than to grade it too high. Okay, so write the letter 4 so I don't get confused with the number 4. But Jacob starts out with 196. So it's $5 increments or higher, of course, if you want to lay down the gauntlet and show people you're not kidding around. So we're starting at a very low price for this book. Again, go look at what these prices are commanding and just imagine what these are going to do. Because these are Silver Age goodness. They're not going down anytime soon. It definitely, Sean agrees, it's a hot book. 200. Just put 200 ASM 50. Because if you write the 4, I might get confused with the number. So the major damage is that corner. But again, see that one part right there? That could be folded back down. So it basically kind of lifted up a little bit when it was placed in the bag and board. So that's even better because it won't be as bad. It has to be in intervals of $5. But Sean wants to go to 201. Since he's outbidding himself, I'll allow it. So, all right, so Travis goes in hitting the hammer down. 300 he goes to. So he increased it by 99 in one shot. So Travis ain't playing. So right now, the highest bid is $300, which is still a really great price for this. Now you can see there's a little bit more damage like I showed. But again, like I said, I'm only saying it's a 2.5 to 3.5. So these little issues absolutely will qualify for this. I will be not shocked if it gets higher than that. But like I said, I would rather grade it lower and you grade it and it comes back higher than the other way around. So Travis is at 300 for Amazing Spider-Man number 50. So you have to bid at least 305 if you want to own this book. We got plenty of time because there is the lag. So this book is complete. The staples are intact. Pages are off-white. So you're getting an iconic book. And like I said, if the Kingpin ends up in the MCU, this book, just you know what's going to happen with this book. I don't even have to tell you. And because this is Silver Age first appearance of Kingpin, you know, you're getting a book you're not playing around with. This book is going to continue to go up in price. So because of the lag, I will give people plenty of time. But right now, the leading bid is at 300. So you'd need at least 305. If you're bidding and you cannot go higher, which is perfectly understandable and perfectly fine, if you're kind enough to hit the fold, or you could place another bid. But one of the things, like I said, one of the things I like is if there's going to be damage on a book, I prefer it to be along the edges. And as you can see, the cover presents very well. Let me show the corners. Especially since I said I'm grading it a 2.5 to 3.5. I would not be shocked if it came back a 4.0. But I don't want to guarantee it because of that little bit of damage. But again, that one corner, that little part can be folded over. Not completely, but it will definitely help it. So we're going to give it another minute to give people an opportunity for a Silver Age piece of goodness. Amazing Spider-Man number 50. First appearance of Kingpin ever. And Harrier Man says this is one of the most iconic covers of all time. I absolutely agree. It definitely shows the simplicity, which means you don't always have to have major artwork with things all over the place to have something iconic. The same thing with Amazing Spider-Man number 33, where he's under that big piece of the roof that caved in and the water's falling all over him. That's what I love about the artwork of the older artists. Less is more. This just says everything you need to know. All right, so Pigpen has folded. Jacob has folded. So we're giving another minute. If anybody wants to join in, the leading bid right now is at 300. So Travis wasn't playing around. And I don't blame him. For a book like this, you definitely want to get it before any movie comes out. And like I said, I can never guarantee any appearance of a character, because even if they say they're rumored or confirmed, it doesn't happen until it happens. Because remember, in Deadpool 1, they were supposed to have Omega Red, but for financial reasons, they cut him out. But these kind of books don't need movies to have them become valuable. Movies will make them more valuable, but you don't need a movie or a TV show to make this book an iconic book. All right, so this is your last chance. 300 is the leading bid. We're going to give you 10 more seconds because of the lag. 305 is the leading bid. I'm sorry, 300 is the leading bid. 305 would have to be placed to beat it. Otherwise, we're going to have Travis being very happy with a very good book. All right, going once. Going twice. It pays to hit the hammer because you scared everybody off. So $300 win for Amazing Spider-Man 50. That is a great deal for that one. So congratulations on that. Just write down the information here. So the winner is Travis O. Let me know if you live out of the state. Otherwise, out of the country. Otherwise, it is only $8.99 shipping and handling. Number 50, so that's 300 plus the $8.99 shipping. So congratulations on that. That was definitely a great purchase. All right, let's get to the next one. We're not done yet. Get to another big boy. We're going to start this at a pretty low price. If you look this up, even in a 0.5, I saw somebody selling a 0.5 of this book for $400 and something. I don't remember the exact amount. We got X-Men number 4. This is the first appearance of Scarlet Witch, Quicksilver, the second appearance of Magneto, had a brain freeze there for a second, and the first appearance of the Brotherhood of Evil Mutants. Now you can see here, this is the only problem with it. It's got a corner missing, just on the cover. Now it's not a 0.5 because you'd have to have at least a third of the cover to get a 0.5. But I'm going to say conservatively, between a 1.5 and a 2.0, go look up on eBay how much a 1.0 is selling for, and you will see what the starting price of this is. Absolutely worth getting this book. Scarlet Witch is not done. Quicksilver is not done. Magneto's on his way. What do you think's going to happen to this book when they start showing up in the MCU, especially with the next Doctor Strange movie? I'm going to start the bidding at $495. So let's get some closer spots. So the major defect is that corner. But like I always say, low grade is better than no grade. So if you cannot afford a $2,000-$3,000 version of this book, which would only be in the 7s and 8s, this is definitely a book to get. Go look at the prices of these books now. And again, this isn't one and done. Scarlet Witch is going to be continuing for a long time. They're just finally starting to get her where she needs to be. So these books are going to increase. And what do you think is going to happen when they have the X-Men in the MCU? When they have Magneto in the MCU? This book is going to continue to rise. So even in low grade, you're talking hundreds of dollars. Now, wait until the movies start coming out. So $495 is the starting bid for X-Men number 4. Some Silver Age goodness. First appearance. And there you go. Sean said a 4.5 just sold for $2,800. So thank you for checking, because I want people to verify. So this, I'm saying, is about a 1.5 to a 2.0. So Jerry just confirmed that a 4.5 sold for $2,800 as well. So good on you guys for checking. So it shows how much this has increased and how much you think it's expensive now. Wait until she ends up in Doctor Strange 2 and beyond. Wait until they add Magneto and the X-Men. Wait until you see possibly Quicksilver again in the MCU. This book, you ain't seen nothing yet. So this book is starting at only $495. And I'll be honest, I'll not be upset if this doesn't sell right now. Because this book will continue to go up and become more valuable and soon become what they call unobtainium. Which I think they used in, what the heck is that movie they did with the blue people, the very tall Smurfs. I forget the name of it. But I think they did call it unobtainium. And there you go. Captain Crunch said a 3.0 sold for $2,500. So I'm giving you guys prices that you can't get. So a 3.0 sold for $2,500. I'm telling you this is a 1.5 to a 2.0. And the only major damage is that. Now I know some people will have a problem with that kind of cover loss. But hey, you know, you're paying a price that's well worth what this is worth. So I'm going to give it 2 minutes. If no one bids on it, I will happily keep this and allow it. All right, so we got it. There we go. So So we got our first bidder, $495. Avatar was the name. Thank you, Dark Helmet. I totally had a brain fart on that one. It's basically very tall Smurfs doing American Indian things. Not very original, but yeah, they called the stones they were digging unobtainium. I thought that was the most ridiculous thing. But for $495 for this book, if no one else bids, you are getting a steal. And that's why I encourage people to look up what the prices are selling for and see how reasonable I am selling my books for. Because yes, some people may think $495, that's not exactly chump change, but it is way below what others could be selling these books for. And that's why I don't shy away from it. I encourage people to go on eBay and see what these prices are. And this book ain't going down. It's going to only go up. Because like I said, Scarlet Witch is going to be in the MCU again as a very big, major character. Magneto's on his way. And remember, this is his second appearance. His first appearance is in X-Men 1. His next appearance wasn't until this one. So that's the second appearance of Magneto. First appearance of the Brotherhood of Evil Mutants. And also the first appearance of Quicksilver. So you're getting a lot of iconic characters. And it's an early X-Men book. So you're getting a lot of different things. So right now the bidding is at $495. So it would have to be $505 for the next bidder. And if no one else bids, then I'm telling you, Sean, you're getting a steal. And that's why I encourage people to look up eBay. Because I have nothing, I don't ever want to hide from people. I want people to verify for themselves. Because how many times have I told people, make sure you do your research. So even though people trust me and appreciate what I do, I want to make sure that you guys see it for yourself. That even low grades are going for multiples of $100 and thousands. Because like you said, Captain Crunch even verified that a 3.0 sold for $2,500. So this is about a 1.5 to 2.0, currently at $495. So you're getting a steal for this. I'm going to give it another minute for people to decide. But this is a book you do not want to pass up. Because in another 3 years from now, you're going to kick yourself that you did not spend the money for this. Captain Crunch, here you go. A 0.5 sold for $556. This is not a 0.5, and right now the current bid is $495. So thank you for verifying, Captain Crunch. So a 0.5 of this book sold for under what I am selling it currently for now. $556, and right now the current bid is $495. And this is definitely, even with that piece missing, that is definitely not a 0.5. All right, so Jacob, you have come in at 500, and that's why I tell people, make sure you verify, because if you just hear a price and you think, oh, well, that's expensive, but then you see how much they're selling for, you see the value. And that's why I always tell people, make sure you do your research. All right, so Sean is coming at 550. So verify yourself. I am never afraid or never discourage anybody from checking to verify. So you had a 4.5 sell for $2,800, a 3.0 sell for $2,500, and a 0.5 sell for $556. If you don't think this is a steal, even at $550, you are a silly person. So, low grade, you can still make money. And as a matter of fact, if you sell a lower grade book, you'll actually have a better chance. Because if this was a 9.8, let's say you had a 9.8 of this book, that's probably going to be about $300,000. How many people do you know have $300,000 to spend? So, when it comes to lower grades, you will actually have more people to be able to afford them. So you'll actually be able to sell these, because what good is a 9.8 if no one can afford to buy it? Then you're having all of that money you spent on it sitting there collecting dust. So that's one of the reasons why I love lower grade books. Because trust me, if this was a 9.8, everybody would be drooling over it, but nobody would probably be able to afford it. So we're going to give it another minute. The people have shown what the prices are of this book. Like I said, I'm saying it's about a 1.5 to a 2.0. A 0.5 sold for $556, and right now the current bid is $550. So you are definitely paying below market for this comic that is only going to continue to go up, because you have the first appearance of Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver, you have the second appearance of Magneto ever, and you have the first appearance of the Brotherhood of Evil Mutants. So X-Men number 4 is extremely desirable. Captain Crunch at a 2.5 sold for $2,100. So we're going to end it in 30 seconds, and it looks like Sean might be getting a steal at $550. So Jacob, if you can't go past $550, that's totally understandable. Just hit fold if you can. We'll wait on him to respond. But right now, it looks like Sean might be getting a steal. And that's why, like I said, I encourage people to look up books so you can see what these values are going for. And if you think it's reached the ceiling, you don't know about investing in key comics, because this book still has room to grow. And you can see all of the books that I'm selling are books that are definitely going to increase in value. Jerry P says you're holding a $2,000 book real soon. I do not disagree. All right, so this is the last chance. Who is it? Sean, let me know. Sean, you're at the lead. Jacob, let me know if you fold or you want to go. All right, Jacob is still in. 560. So we're going to give Sean the same courtesy. If he wants to increase his bid to $10 increments. Actually, once it gets past $550, it's $20 increments. So the next bid would have to be $580 for this book. If you buy this book under $1,000, you are getting a steal. All right, Sean L has jumped in with $600. So, like I said, if you're buying this book under $1,000, you're getting a steal. $600 is the going rate, and because there is anywhere up to a 30-second to 2-minute lag, I want to make sure I give people the opportunity. So the next bid would be $620. And again, the only major problem with this book is that corner missing. I can understand if some people, don't like that. But, again, that's why I got it, because I didn't mind it for this book knowing the potential. Soap says 2 years ago I sold a 3.5 for under $1,000, and I'm not feeling so great about that now. I definitely understand what you're saying. And Captain Crunch has said a 1.5 went for $1,027. So see what I said? You buying this for under $1,000, you're getting it for a steal. So we're going to give it another minute to give everybody. All right, Jacob has folded, but Sean is in the lead. There was one other bidder, so we're waiting to see if he folds or if he wants to go to $620. But right now, the leading bid is $600. And you're getting a book that is going to continue to rise. And that's the kind of books I want to sell. You don't see any Thor 390s here, that books that are one and done and you'll never see their value ever again. I'm showing you books that are going to continue to increase. So you're buying books that even if you bought them at value, they're going to continue to go up. All right, 10 more seconds, and then we're going to close it. I want to make sure we give... who was the one that had the 560? Jacob did fold. Was there another person? Well, all right, so right now the current lead is 600. This is your last chance. Definitely going to be getting this well under the value. Get this book graded, because like I said, even in a low grade, you're going to still make a ton of money, because like you said, like they showed, a 0.5 of this book sold for $556, and this is definitely not a 0.5. All right, so this is your last chance. Going once. Going twice. 3, 2, 1. The auction is closed. Sean, you got a steal at $600. So congratulations on that book. You are definitely going to be very happy. Even now you could turn around and sell that for a profit, but I would tell you right now, hold on to that book. Do not sell it. Wait until the movies come out. Wait until, not even until the Doctor Strange book, wait until Magneto comes out. You'll triple your money easily. All right, so Sean L. X-Men 4. 600 plus $8.99 shipping. you got a steal on that one. Awesome job. Contact me at that number. And again, wait for payments because you never know if somebody buys more than one book. I want to make sure you combine the shipping. This is a book that I'm about to show that everybody's been asking for. I'm going to start it at a price that no one will miss out on. This is a low-grade book. But if you look at this book, you thought X-Men number 4 was selling for high prices. You ain't seen nothing yet. So this book is about a 1.5 to a 1.8. It can be fixed with a pressing, but I wouldn't recommend it. But you can make sure you have an expert. People have been asking about this book. We ain't playing around. Fantastic Four, number 49. That is the first full appearance of Galactus, second appearance of Silver Surfer, the first of them both on the cover. Now, as you can see, it's got a spine roll. And that's why I'm saying it's about a 1.5 to a 1.8. Look up the prices of this book, even in a 1.0. I am going to start the bidding at only $295. I want people to look this up. I want people to investigate so they can see what a steal you can get on this book. We know the Fantastic Four is coming. We know Galactus is coming. We know Silver Surfer is coming. If they do not all come at the same time, this book has 3 different times that it will raise in price. Russ says good evening. Good evening to you, Rush. Welcome. So we got Fantastic Four, number 49. We will take some time with this because I know people are checking on eBay, and I want them to. Ow. I encourage people. Sorry, I just rammed my knee into the corner of the table. Ouch. So look up what a 1.0 of this book is selling for. And I'm saying this book is about a 1.5 to a 1.8. Book is complete. Staples are intact. The problem is you can see it has a spine roll problem, which means somebody who bought this bought it to read it and loved it. But as I always say, as long as the damage is along the edge and the front cover is presentable, I'm okay with that. So you can see along the bottom, very tip, there is a little bit of color loss, but not major. The corner, you could see there's a little bit of color loss missing, but again, these are all warranted in the grade that I'm predicting. Now, keep in mind, I'm not a professional grader, but if you've watched, I've been grading books, 4 books a month for over 3 years now. I'm usually spot on or right in between what I call them to be. But at $295 to start, this is another steal to add to your collection. So I trust that people will look at eBay. And again, this is another book. I probably have 15 copies of this book. I've been telling people for years, ever since that Fox version of Fantastic Four bombed, I was buying these books and telling people to buy them because I knew these would go up in value. So I don't mind getting rid of my lowest grade book because I have, like I said, between 10 and 15 copies of this book waiting for the Fantastic Four to enter the MCU. So if this does not sell, I will be more than thrilled to keep it and let it continue to rise in value. So I'm starting the bidding at only $295. So let's see. Oh, again, sorry, I'm putting my finger. Somebody write down the prices of what they see on eBay of this book selling for. And this is before they have any announcements. All right, so we got our first bidder, Roman Curtis, starting out. So the bidding starts now at $295. So $305 would be the next bid. So like I say all the time, if you've been watching my videos, you know low grade is better than no grade. Because if you cannot afford a high grade, well, then you'll never own a book. So buy what you can afford. And just because something's low grade does not mean that you cannot make money. And yes, the staples are attached. I'll take it out. I just got to do this very carefully. And again, if you ever open a book. See this tape? You want to remove it because you don't ever want the tape stuck. So he did ask if the staples are intact, so I will show that. Because if you're going to spend money on a book, so you can see again in the grade that I predicted, it's got some damage, but that's perfectly fine for a book in this grade. Okay, the top staple is detached from the cover only. The bottom staple is hanging on. Let's go to the centerfold. So I don't want to bend this and move it, so I'm just going to tell you. Staples are rusty, but again, that's allowed in this lower grade. The top staple is detached at the centerfold, but only the top staple. So again, for the grade that I am estimating this as, those all qualify in those grades. So I want to be very careful when I put this back because I don't want to bend anything. So always take your time when you have a book. And this is why you never want to keep the tape, because God forbid, as you're putting it back, if the tape gets stuck, you're going to be an unhappy camper. So always take the tape off. You can always add another piece of tape. So this book is definitely worth getting. So right now, Monster Warrior said a 2.0 sold for $400. So there you go. I'm starting it as $295. So right now we have one bidder at $295. So you can see, and that's before the Fantastic Four come into the MCU, before Galactus comes into the MCU, and before the Silver Surfer comes into the MCU. So if you think this book is pricey now, you have a triple shot at this book becoming more and more and more valuable. So this is your opportunity to get this book. Right now we have one bidder at $295. I want to make sure I give people plenty of time because there is a lag. So $305 would be the next bid for this low grade but still desirable book. It's still going to make you money because this book is only going to be going up. Of course, the number one book to get is Fantastic Four number 48, but good luck even getting a 0.5 for under $300. So you get what you can get. All right, so we're going to give it another minute with the lag, but like I said, it does have the rusty staples. The staple is detached from the cover and the centerfold, but that is totally allowed in the lower grade that I mentioned. The bidding is currently at $295. We'll give it one more minute if anybody wants to join in. And Monster Warrior checked, and he saw that a 2.0 sold for $400. And again, these books are going to continue to go up. So we're going to give it 1 minute, and then we have another winner that has another iconic cover. There is a 1.8 just now on eBay, above fair market value now, but will not for long. Yeah, and that's what's going to happen. Fair market value for these books, say goodbye to that. Because I've seen books sell for over $1,000 over fair market value. And remember, the fair market value is based on previous sales. So with all these events happening and starting to happen, and more people coming in, there's a buzz created. These books are going up. That 1.8 is listed for $849. So there you go. A 1.8 of this book is listed for $849. Fair market value no longer works on these books anymore. I've seen Incredible Hulk 181 sell for $2,000 over fair market value. All right, so we have the bidding at $295. I've given plenty of people the opportunity to bid. So far, we have the one bidder, and that is at $295. So going once, going twice, and we have our winner. Let me just look it up. We have Jacob Morgan, $200. I'm sorry, where is it? No, Roman Curtis. There we go. $295. So you got to steal let me just put on the way to contact me. So, Roman Curtis, congratulations on that one. Another 2 or 3 years, you're going to quadruple your money. So that's Fantastic Four, 49, 295 plus the shipping. Great job on that one. Contact me and we'll get the payments on your way. And thank you to the people that verified what the prices are going for these days. When it comes to these iconic covers, fair market value is no longer going to qualify because that's based on previous sales. And these books are going up. All right. Next up. This is the book a couple of people were asking for. Deidora says, I used your saying all the time, low grade is better than no grade. Yeah, I love that saying because of the fact that when it comes to a comic, if you can't afford a higher grade, then what good is it if it's never in your possession? If you can only afford a 0.5, let's give you an example. I only own one copy of Amazing Spider-Man #1. It is a coverless copy because that's all I could afford at the time. I'm very happy with it. It has a facsimile cover. As a matter of fact, I have 3 other books that are the same way. I'm still going to make tremendous money. One of my coverless books, which, by the way, people made fun of me for buying. Back in 2016, I bought Fantastic Four #1, coverless, graded CGC 0.5, because it had the front cover was a facsimile. The back cover was a different comic. So it was purple restored, 0.5 CGC, Fantastic Four #1. I paid $495 for that book. Go look at what a 0.5 is now. Now, of course, that one's restored, so it'll be less. But right now, it's about $4,000 for a 0.5. You don't think I could sell that for $1,000, $2,000? What about when the movie comes out? You don't think I'll be able to sell it? And people laughed at me when I bought that book for $495 and said I was crazy. Well, I know what I'm doing. And as they say, he or she who laughs last laughs best. All right, so we're not done yet. We still got several books. This is a book a couple people were asking for. Hopefully you waited around. We've got Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles #2. This is the first print. This is graded 9.6 with off-white to white pages. First appearance of April O'Neil. This book has not been pressed. If this book gets pressed and it comes back a 9.8, and of course I cannot guarantee that, that will be a steal. I am going to start the bidding. I want you to look this book up and you'll see how much less I am starting the bidding as. Now, this isn't cheap, but it's definitely less than what you'll find on eBay. And I want some of you to put it in the comments section. Hey, Sequential Geek, good to see you. Welcome. Glad you're here. I am starting the bid at $1,395. So any bid will have to be $25 increments past the beginning. So this is first print, CGC 9.6, off-white to white pages, has not been pressed, because when I got this graded, I did not even know pressing was a thing. Now, I cannot guarantee that if you press it, it will come back a 9.8. But because of the fact that I sent this to get graded, I did not get it pressed because I was not aware of it at the time, there is potential of a 9.8 here. First of all, look up what a 9.6 is going for, and you'll see I am currently listing this at several $100s below what is currently being sold. If somebody presses this and it comes back a 9.8, you've quadrupled your money. So this, I will take out the backing board. I added a backing board. As you can see, it's a wraparound cover. I'll take it out of the bag. So again, this book has not been pressed. I will not guarantee it'll come back a 9.8. I've seen people that have gotten books pressed and the grade got lowered or stayed the same. So keep that in mind. But if this were to come back at 9.8, you've just gotten yourself a steal at $1,395. I want people to look up eBay right now and see what a 9.6 is going for. You will see the average price will be $1,600. That will be the lowest price you will find. This will be $15.99 to ship domestically, because it's a graded book. So graded books will be $15.99 shipped. You know what? I'll even do this. I'll give you free shipping if you're domestic. The bidding starts at $1,395. If you think that's expensive, go see what eBay is selling it for. And I want somebody to post it so they don't see it's just me doing it. This is selling for starting bid. If somebody wants to type it, it's starting bid of $1,395. This is the first print of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles #2. This is a 9.6 CGC, off-white to white pages, and has never been pressed. So again, I cannot guarantee that a 9.8 will come out of it, but if you were lucky enough, you basically won a minor lottery ticket. So Captain Crunchhead, there is a 9.6 going for $1,500. So I'm selling this for over $100 less plus free shipping. So I'm going to give people a minute or two to think about it and look it up. So you can see I am selling these not at the market value on eBay. I'm selling them for less. And again, if you live near the Tampa, Florida area, on the west coast of Florida, you want to pay cash for this and meet me, 10% off the price. So that's over about $130, $139 off if you pay cash for it. So this is definitely getting very iconically, it's definitely a book you don't want to pass up on. Because again, there's going to be more movies, and you know what happens to these books. You think these are hot now. As these get older, I mean, these books, back in the days, I remember I had the chance to get Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles #1 when they first came out. I remember when I was in 9th grade. And my girlfriend at the time told me about them, and I thought that was the most ridiculous name I've ever heard. And it was like an underground comic. And only the geeky people back then were reading them. I wanted nothing to do with it. Boy, am I kicking myself now. That's like a $10,000 book and an 8.5. And I'll be very glad to keep this book if nobody wants it. Because this book will continue to go up. So we're going to give it another minute. $1,395. Just think of it this way. If you got that $1,400 Biden check, you're getting this book basically for free, and Joe Biden has bought you a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles #2 at a 9.6. Unpressed. So another 30 seconds. I can understand if people pass it up. So Jesse says $1,200 on eBay. If somebody can confirm that, I will lower it to $1,200. So if I get one other person to confirm that truly is the case, $1,200 on eBay, I will lower it to $1,200. Because I want to be making sure that people are not overpaying. So Jesse, thank you for posting that. If somebody can confirm that is accurate, I will lower the price to $1,200. Plus, again, free shipping. You know what? I'll do this. We're going to go crazy. 9.6, since you guys have been doing really well with buying stuff tonight, with free domestic shipping, I will now start the bidding at $995. Oh, that's a 9.4, so Captain Crunch, thank you for that. 9.4 was for $1,200. But I'm even going to still do this. I'm going to go crazy. This is a 9.6. I will start the bidding at $995. Free shipping. So there you go. They just confirmed. Thank you, Captain Crunch. He confirmed that a 9.4 sold for $1,200. So here's a 9.6, not pressed. I will start the bidding at $995. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles fan to get an unpressed CGC 9.6 first print Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles #2. I had a person offer me $1,200 before and I turned it down. Alright, so we got our first bid in. So we got $1,050. Alvin, alright, Never Stop Collecting had $995. Alvin came in at $1,050. So they are $50 increments. $1,100. So as you can see, a 9.4 sold for $1,200. So right now it's only at $1,100. This will have free shipping. And again, this book has not been pressed. So unpressed, it's a 9.6. Now, again, I cannot guarantee a 9.8 because there might be a bent page or something or a little tear inside. And that cannot be pressed out. But you could be walking on a gold mine if this ever came back a 9.8. But even at $1,100, this book is a steal. And thank you for verifying. That's why I always make sure I double check. So a 9.8 is selling, a 9.6 is selling for $1,500. I thought that was a 9.8, but yeah, 9.6 is selling for $1,500. And right now, you're getting an unpressed version, CGC graded. As of now, $1,100 is the bid. So the next bid, all right, speaking of which, we just got it in. It's $50 increments, so $1,150 for a 9.6. And again, I am offering free shipping on this one domestically. So as long as you live in the continental 48 states, this will be free shipping. Of course, Alaska and Hawaii, they charge like mega amounts, so I'd have to charge you. All right, so Never Stop Collecting was first at $1,200. So Alvin, if you want to go to $1,250, you have the opportunity. So we're at $1,200 right now, because Never Stop Collecting was first. So $1,200 is the current bid. Never Stop Collecting is currently in the lead. So the next bid would have to be $1,250. T. Combs said the last 9.6 sold on eBay was $1,600. So as of now, you are saving $400 on this book. And it will continue to go up. So I'm going to give it a minute because there is a lag. And again, I cannot stress enough. I cannot guarantee it, but this book was never pressed. So a not pressed 9.6. Again, first print, off-white to white pages. First appearance of April O'Neil. And they don't mention the Bowsers. Oh, they do. And it's the Mousers. I keep saying the Bowsers. So they actually do mention it here. So as you could see, first appearance of April O'Neil and the Mousers. We got $1,250. So $1,250. So $1,300 would be the next bid. If anybody gets this repressed and they get a 9.8, let me know so you can see a grown man cry. But I'll be happy for you, to be perfectly honest. Because that's what it's all about. I mean, yeah, this is going to help me pay for my car and everything. We got $1,300, Never Stop Collecting. So yeah, this is going to help pay for my car bill. Because those of you may not know or may know, I had to buy a new car because my other car decided to not work anymore. One sold in January for $1,600. One sold in December for $1,500. Both of those were 9.6s. So right now we have at least $200 below fair market value as of now. So if anybody that bid wants to fold, just let me know. But the next bid would be $1,350. And again, this is free shipping. So you're not going to be spending any more for this. So we're going to give it another minute because of the lag. But right now the winning bid is at $1,300. And like I said, if you're using your stimulus money, Biden just bought you a very valuable comic that basically you got for free. Unless, of course, you spend over $1,400. But let's put it this way. Let's say you spend $1,500. You just spent $100 of your own money. Oh, that's right. Also, the first appearance of Baxter Stockman. Second appearance of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. And second appearance of Splinter. At a 9.6. unpressed. I hope whoever wins this gets it pressed and it comes back a 9.8. Will I be upset? No. Will I be happy for them? Absolutely. But at least you know you got a 9.6. All right, so 1 minute left. The current bid is at $1,300. The next bid would have to be $1,350. All right, so Alvin has folded. So we're just waiting for a couple of the other people, like Captain Crunch, to let me know if he wants to bid or fold, because there is a... People have been telling me anywhere from a 30-second to a 2-minute delay. So I want to make sure I give everybody a fair opportunity to either fold or bid. But this absolutely... Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles are absolutely hot. What can I say? $13.20. You know what? I will allow $20 increments because it's getting close to the fair market value. So, if... Who was the lead before that? Never Stop Collecting. If you want to go to $13.40, I will allow you the same courtesy. Because I can understand getting close to the fair market value. I don't want anybody overpaying. So, Never Stop Collecting. Okay, there you go. Okay, well, what can I say went to $13.50? Thank you for that. That's honorable. I would have allowed it because I would have given him the same opportunity. If somebody does something, I will make sure I give the other bidder a fair chance to do the same. All right, so Never Stop Collecting is at $1,400. Captain Crunch came in at $1,370, but just a little too late on that. So the bidding is at $1,400. I will let you do $10 increments at this point because I don't want you to overspend. So the bid right now is at $1,400. I will allow people to bid in increments of $10 at this point to keep it from anybody overspending. I do not want anybody to overspend. So Never Stop Collecting is currently in the lead at $1,400. If you guys want to fold or bid, like I said, I will allow $10 increments at this time to keep it so it does not go over what you could pay for it. Because as much as I want to make money, I don't want to take advantage because that's not how I do business. So I will give people the chance to either fold or they can go in $10 increments. But right now the leading bid is at $1,400 from Never Stop Collecting. And he's very true to his word because if he wins, he will definitely not stop collecting. So his name is definitely a reflection. All right, so what can I say? Folds. So we're just going to wait on Captain Crunch. So Captain Crunch, $14.10. So he did go up, and again, Never Stop Collecting. If you want to go up $10, you can. Because like I said, I don't want people to go past $1,500. We got $14.30. Never Stop Collecting is at $14.30. You can do $10 increments if you want. Because we're getting close. If it gets to $1,500, I'll end it right there. Because I don't want anybody paying more than what the cheapest was. There are people that have bought it for $1,600, but there was one that was bought for $1,500. So if it gets to $1,500, I will stop it because I don't want anybody overpaying. But again, of course, it doesn't have to get to $1,500. I'm just saying if it does, it'll be an automatic win. Think of it as a buy it now at $1,500. But at $14.30, Captain Crunch, you can either go to $14.40 or you can fold. Again, I want to make sure I give plenty of time because this is a book many people have asked about. I want to make sure that he has the opportunity to either bid or fold. But again, if somebody bids $1,500, it will be officially a buy it now and the auction will end because I don't want people to overpay for a book. So I will leave that up to you guys. But we're waiting on Captain Crunch. All right, so Captain Crunch has bid $1,440. So again, I will extend the same courtesy to Never Stop Collecting. You can go to $1,450, or at $1,500, you automatically win. So the first person that goes to $1,500, it's a buy it now at that price, free shipping. All right, so Never Stop Collecting has folded. So we're going to give 10 seconds for anybody else who wants to join in at the last second. The current bid is $1,440. You can either go to $1,450 or at $1,500 it's an automatic win. So we're doing 10 seconds and then we will end the bidding because I don't want anybody paying more than they have to. As much as I would love to have people spend the money, I don't want them overspending. All right, so 1440 going once. 1440 going twice. Congratulations, Captain Crunch. And again, that is free shipping. So congratulations on that one. Let me give you the way to contact me. So that will be free shipping. I will make sure I write that down. So that was some good heavy hitting bidding over there. Congratulations. And I'm glad people are checking what the prices are of these books. So what can I say? No, I'm sorry. Captain Crunch is the winner. My apologies. Captain Crunch. That is Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2 first print. $1,440 free shipping. All right, so we're not done yet. So that was a great bid on that one. Congratulations. That book is going to continue to go up. I mean, like I said, those books are rare these days in high grade. All right, so let's get to the next book. And we have 115 people that liked this. 116 people liked it, so thank you. We still got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more books to go. Well, 8 more books to go. And many of them are definitely some great books to have. All right. For those of you who cannot afford 180, Hulk. Those of you who cannot afford Hulk 181, because obviously if you can't afford 180, you're definitely not going to be able to afford 181. Hello, McFly. This is the next book that people are going to gravitate to. We got Wolverine #1. This has not 1 signature, not 2 signatures, but 3 signatures. I got this book sent in myself. This is graded a 9.4. Full disclosure, I did get it pressed, so I don't think a pressing will fix that. But this is, I'm going to start the bidding at only $395. When 180 and 181 become unaffordable, this is the next book everybody's going to get. This is the limited series. This has the first appearance of Yukio in a cameo. She was in that Wolverine Origins movie. And the first Wolverine in his own title. So this was the limited series, but it's the first time he had his own title. This was signed by Joe Rubinstein, Louis Simonson, and Chris Claremont. All confirmed with white pages. So let me zoom that in. So this is a 9.4. It has been pressed. White pages, triple signed, starting at $395. Good luck finding this for that price unsigned. So I will show you the back. So this is a book when Wolverine enters the MCU. Everybody's going to go to the 181. What happened? Oh, sorry, everything went blank. I thought I ran out of time. All right, sorry about that. Everybody's going to go to Hulk 180, 181, and then all of a sudden, this is going to be unaffordable. So let me just... I think I hit the camera. There we go. Sorry about that. I don't know what happened there. It was some kind of delay. So this is starting at only $395, plus the $15.99 shipping domestically. Triple signed. Again, Joe Rubinstein, Louis Simonson, and Chris Claremont. 9.4 with white pages. Look this up, and that's one of the reasons why it takes a little time before people bid, because they see what these prices are going for. You'll probably pay this for an unsigned book at this grade. Probably more. And again, another book that is going to be iconic because Wolverine is going to end up in the MCU. We know that at this point. These books are only going to go up. And this is his first ever series. So it even says it. First Wolverine in his own title. But it also has the first appearance of Yukio. Or Yukio. I'm not sure how it's pronounced. It sounds like a car. But this is definitely an iconic book. Triple signed. Has been verified by PGX. I sent this in myself. What can I say? Says, hey, Chris, I'm looking for Comico Premiere #2, first appearance of Grendel. I wish I had that book. I've been trying to find that book myself. That book, unfortunately, I do not have. If I ever do, I'll make sure I put a video out and let you know. But yeah, I've been looking for that book myself. That'd be a great book to have. But unfortunately, I do not own that book. So because of the delay and everything, it froze for a minute. I'm going to give people the opportunity to look this book up. Look on eBay. $395 plus $15.99 to start. Triple signed. So give me a second. I just want to crack my back a little bit. There we go. Been a little while since I sat in a seat for this long. We started at 5 o'clock and currently 9 o'clock, so 4 hours going strong. So let me see. I'm going to just... Somebody type in the chat just to make sure the chat didn't just stop. You know what? Let me just refresh it. Okay. Alright, just give me a second. All right, we're back. Sorry about that. I don't know what happened. It seems there was a problem with it. I might have to refresh it. If you guys can hold on for a minute, I'm going to refresh the video. It's probably going to take like 5 minutes, so stick around. Can you can hear me? You can see me? Okay, then it's probably just on my end. All right, people are telling me the stream is good. Sorry, I don't know what happened about that. My apologies. But people are telling me the stream is going good at this point. Gotta love YouTube sometimes. So let's start this over again in case you did not hear it, because there was a whole break here. All right, so it is back to normal again. All right, so the book right now, we got Wolverine #1. This has been graded a 9.4 with white pages. First book of Wolverine in his own title. First appearance of Yukio in a cameo. And this book is triple signed. I sent this in myself. So we have, it's signed by Okay, you can hear me. Thank you, Joe. I appreciate that. Sorry about that. YouTube is all sorts of, they must be drinking today for St. Patrick's Day. But this is triple signed. It's signed by Joe Rubenstein, Louise Simonson, and Chris Claremont. So we got a triple signed book. I am starting the bidding at $395 plus $15.99 shipping. So sorry about that whole freezing, but we seem to be back on track again. So I'm starting the bidding at $395. I can see the chat now. Jordan just said he can't see the chat. I had to refresh it. For some reason, everything just locked up. That's YouTube for you, especially with these longer videos. So I can see the chat now. So we're going to start over. If anybody bid, we'll start it over. Whoever did the highest bid, just replace it. Yeah, it's 13 after the hour. Yeah, so there is actually a little bit of a delay. So I'm going to start the bidding at $395. So if somebody bid while I was refreshing it, I would not have seen the bid. So we'll give it a minute while there's that delay, because there is some people said anywhere from 30-second to 2-minute delay. This is a 9.4 Wolverine #1, triple signed with white pages, and I'm starting the bidding at $395 plus $15.99 shipping and handling for domestic shipping. So I'm going to give it a minute or two to... Oh, Jordan, everything's fine now. I could definitely see you and everything. So as long as people can see me... There we go. So the bidding starts at $395. I'm going to wait a little bit because there was that technical difficulty to see if anybody wants to bid. Again, this is another book. I want you to look up a 9.4 unsigned and see what it's selling for. And Deidora says, Chris, I think you're a good man. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. I try and do what I can, living my life the best way possible. That's the only way you can live. And I appreciate that. Okay, so everybody's saying it's okay on their end. So I'm going to give it another minute. If nobody bids on it, we will pass it up and go to the next one. I would be very surprised if no one buys this. But again, it's another book I'll be glad to keep on sitting on and waiting. It's triple signed. Chris Claremont, Louise Simonson, and Joe Rubenstein, all verified by PGX. I sent this in myself. Came back a 9.4 with white pages. Go look this one up. And I'll show you the back so you can see. It's a beautiful cover. I mean, you're talking a book. This came out in 1982. God, I was 11 years old in 1982. And anybody that wasn't born yet, I don't want to hear it. Because my own wife wasn't even born at that time. Alright, so we're going to give it 30 more seconds. Starting bid is $395 so far. There are no bidders. If you did bid, when I had to refresh, I didn't see any bids. So that's why I'm giving it another minute or two. In case somebody bid already, just redo your bid. Otherwise, we'll move on to the next book. So this is triple sign 9.4 Wolverine #1. All right, going once, going twice. All right, no sale. That's okay. I'll be more than happy to sit on that one. If you are somebody that wanted that book and you missed out because of the whole thing with the lockup of the screen, just let me know by contacting me via the email, and we'll go from there. So let's get to the next book. We got a big boy comic. Now, this book, the first appearance in this book, has already been confirmed to be in Spider-Man 3. This book is qualified because it is missing the last page, but it does not affect the story. We got Amazing Spider-Man #9. Let's take it out of the bag so you can see it better with less reflection. There we go. Oh, sorry, I taped this back when I was selling it at the flea market because of the wind. So this is a big boy book. This is 5.0. It has white pages. Amazing Spider-Man number 9, first appearance of Electro. And I could definitely post my information again. Let me do that really quick. I can always go back to the Wolverine book because of the whole mess up. So what I'll do is at the end, I'll go back to that Wolverine book. So people are saying that some people are experiencing up to a 4-minute delay. So that's how you could reach me. So I'm going to give it some extra time. So we'll go back to the Wolverine number 1 at the end of the auction. So we'll concentrate on this now. So if you're making any bids, hold off on that Wolverine number 1. I'll do that again at the end. So this is Amazing Spider-Man number 9. This is the first appearance of Electro, who has been confirmed to be in the next Spider-Man movie. Again, this is an iconic character where you don't even need an appearance for this book to be valuable. Like I always say, any Amazing Spider-Man book from 20 on down with the iconic covers, you can't go wrong. This is number 9. Now again, this is missing the last page, so it is qualified. It does not affect the story. So that's the good part. So the last page is just an advertisement. But I do want to mention that. But it came back a 5.0, and I'll show you the back. That's the beautiful thing about graded books. You could see the back. So a 5.0 sold for $1,700 on eBay. Wait until you hear what I'm starting this out as. I am going to start the bidding of this book at $699. So you heard it, a 9.4, I wish. A 5.0 sold in February for $1,700 on eBay. This is a 5.0, but again, it is missing the last page. It does not affect the story. I am starting the bidding at $699 plus the $15.99 shipping. Disturbed Reality says it's worth about $760. So you'll be paying... You know what? Let's do this. Let's go crazy. I will start the bidding. And again, if somebody wants to confirm that, I will start the bidding at $599. Call me Crazy Chris. I don't know if you remember, if you're my age and you remember Crazy Eddie, call me Crazy Chris. So I will sell you an Amazing Spider-Man number 9, 5.0, missing the last page, but it does not affect the story. I will start the bidding at $599, plus the $15.99 domestic shipping. So because of the delays, I will give it some time for you to see that. It does have grader's notes on the back. I will read them. Multiple stress lines along the spine, moderate cover, and edge wear. So it has the grades, the grading notes, on the back of the slab. I am starting the bidding at $599 for the first appearance of Electro, who is confirmed to be in the next Spider-Man movie. So again, this will be another book I absolutely will not have a problem with holding on with if we have no bidders. But again, there is a delay. So Crazy Chris is starting the bidding at $599 plus shipping. Yep, so there's somebody that remembers Crazy Eddie. I think he got arrested for fraud or something like that years back. Maybe that's why he was so crazy with his prices. But $599 starting bid. Amazing Spider-Man number 9, graded a 5.0. Again, is missing the last page. Does not affect the story. So my prices are insane. And again, if nobody bids on this, I'll be happy to keep this, because you know what'll happen once you start seeing trailers with Electro in it. And who knows, there might be multiple versions of Electro. But this book does not need a movie to stay valuable. So because there was a 2-minute delay, I will give it another minute. And if no one bids for it, I will keep this book happily. So this book, $599 starting bid. I'm actually surprised no one's bidding on this book. But that's okay. Like I said, any key book like this, I'll be more than happy to keep on to, because it will continue to increase in price. 30 seconds and we'll end this bid and we'll move on. So again, it is missing the last page, so it is incomplete. So it would be a qualified book. A 5.0 sold for $1,700. Now, of course, that wasn't qualified, but I'm starting the bidding at $5.99. So I've definitely put this in a very reasonable price. All right, so we have no bidders on this. Going once. Going twice. All right, no sale. I'll be happy to keep that. If somebody wants that book and there was the delay, you can let me know in the comment section and I can bring it back with that Wolverine book. All right, so that book surprisingly did not sell, but that's okay. Next up, we have another iconic book. This character has been confirmed for the movies. People have been asking about this. Another big boy book. We got Avengers number 8. First full appearance of Kang. Because remember, he was also in, I think, Avengers 19, but it was Ramen the Tut or something like that. This is a PGX 6.0. This book has not been pressed. I can already see a non-color breaking little dent right there. So this is Avengers number 8. I'm starting the bidding at $499. That, again, is a really darn good price for this book. And I'll show you the back. So this is graded a 6.0. I want you to go on eBay, and I want you to type in Avengers 8 6.0 and see how much more this book is selling for. So we're starting the bidding at $499. I wonder if people can't see the video, most people, because there's no bids anymore. And these are definitely some books that I don't think people would pass up on. So we'll give it a minute. Let me know in the comments section, because all of a sudden the chat is going dead. You know what? This is what we're going to do. I think I'm going to start a part 2 of this video. Hold on a second. Okay, so I'm going to end this video for those who can hear me, and I'm going to start up again.